Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. We're welcoming you to our first budget presentation workshop. It's a beautiful day today in Manatee County. We're going to start in our usual fashion. We're going to honor God, and then we're going to honor our great nation. Chaplain Tony Ledbetter from International Fellowship of Chaplains is here to lead us in prayer, after which County Commissioner and Marine Corps veteran Jason Bearden will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
Let's pray together. Our Heavenly Father and God in heaven, we ask you to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to serve our communities. Lord, we pray that you would give us wisdom today, be with each commissioner, each entity that will be speaking. Lord, give us a calmness through you. And Lord, help this important issue of budget come to light with the right decisions. Lord, we thank you for the blessings you've given us. Guide and direct the meeting today. And we'll give you the praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we're going to start off in the morning with a budget overview, and then in the afternoon, we will start to get into specific departments. This is an administrator item, so I will turn things over to the county administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, commissioners. I want to introduce some extremely hard work prepared by Financial Management Division. They've been working on this since October. Trying to bring the board a balanced budget to allow you all to weigh in on what's important to you all related to priorities. As you mentioned, this afternoon, we'll also have departments coming in advocating for their own decision units and to just fortify what they have going on as far as operations within Manatee County government. So having said that, I'd like to turn it over to our CFO, Sheila McLean, who will introduce our budget message. Hello, I'm Acting Manatee County Administrator Lee Washington. Manatee County's fiscal year 24 recommended budget focuses on sustainable services, resiliency, and improving the quality of life for our residents and guests. In this video, we'll provide a brief budget overview that charts the course for success, guides our organization towards its goals, and safeguards against unexpected storms. The recommended FY24 budget has a gross amount of $2.1 billion, along with a capital improvement plan for FY24 through 28 totaling $2.1 billion. This budget is structurally balanced and supports the county's strategic priorities, so let's dive in. In partnership with Sheriff Rick Wells, a budget of $190 million is recommended. That's an 11% or $18.6 million increase from the previous year. Manatee County's Public Safety Department has a proposed budget of $23.1 million. This includes items such as 8 new EMTs for the parish EMS station, 3 new animal service officers, and 2 new code enforcement officers. This is an investment of over $2.3 million in public safety's budget. In addition, as a part of the Generational Impact Project, Manatee County is addressing homelessness, transitional housing for veterans by funding $11.1 million in FY24. Manatee County Information Technology Services continues its proactive stance in maintaining cybersecurity initiatives. To do that, an investment of $923,000 is proposed. This includes 2 new positions and ongoing updates to ensure optimum cybersecurity. Manatee County is budgeting $15.7 million for healthcare programs covering specialty care, mental health, opioid prevention, and treatment. In addition to this, $5.1 million was received from the state of Florida related to the opioid settlements. Continuing to provide the highest level of service to the community includes recommended funding for 2 veteran service counselors, neighborhood connections enhancement grants, library operations, staffing needs, and the support of the water taxi transportation system. Manatee County Human Resources remains committed to hiring and keeping the best employees. And to that end, we are recommending the addition of support staff as well as a 1% increase to cover rising healthcare and medication costs and a salary compensation increase of 5%. From our plan to replace ball field backstops across the county to a $5.8 million overhaul of a downtown energy complex, Manatee County is committed to maintaining our world-class facilities. Continuing that mission, Public Works is requesting $1 million for watershed management, $1.6 million for intersection enhancements, and our Utilities Department is requesting 16 new positions to keep up with the responsible growth. Within our capital improvement plan, we have 2 large projects currently in construction, with an additional 2 new stations to be funded in FY24, and the Moccasin Wallow EMS station, which will finalize construction in April of 2024. As we see growth in both business and population, it's important that Manatee County is there to maintain the quality of life for our residents. Our recommendation is to invest $493.2 million in transportation improvements over the next 5 years, with an emphasis on road improvements, which represents over 90% of the total requested. These major improvements include the Big Six and 4 additional featured road projects. We also plan to invest heavily in intersection improvements and sidewalks. From small things that make a big difference, like new shade structures at parks all over the county, to major projects like a new pool and pump house at Clemens, a complete makeover at John Marble, and multiple new facilities at Premier Sports Complex, we're recommending $89.2 million to continue to make Manatee County a sports and recreation destination. Preserving what is already working is the goal of our Natural Resources Department, with a proposed $3.7 million, which will largely be focused on a Lakewood Ranch destination playground, the restoration of Washington Park, and the repair and replacement of the boardwalk at Robertson Preserve. Several key building and library projects, expansions, and improvements have been identified in this year's capital improvement plan. They include the Bradenton Area Convention Center, the Downtown County Parking Garage, the Florida Maritime Museum in Cortez, the Parish Rocky Bluff Library expansion, and the Bishop Animal Shelter improvements. From roadway enhancements to expansion and upgrades in our parks, preserves, and recreation centers, to the continued investment in our employees, citizens, and visitors, it is our commitment to continue to create a positive impact in our county that will endure for generations. Thank you for your time and dedication to making Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play.
Ooh. Thank you very much, Commissioners. What a great video, and thank you to Casey Kemper, who made it all happen in such a quick time. Thank you, Information Outreach. To initiate with our budget presentation, presenting the FY24 recommended budget, I wanted, first of all, to go over a couple of little things, and it's inclusive of what we have posted and published for the sake of the citizens that are listening. All the documents that have been presented in here and will be presented on the following budget presentations in the continued days are all posted on the website on the mymanatee.org. We will be showing at the end of this work session how it all flows for ease of navigation into the website to find these documents. As the video stated, the total recommended FY24 budget for Manatee County is $2.1 billion. And the capital improvement plan is $2.1 billion as well. The FY24, of that $2.1 billion, the FY24 investment into the CIP is $340 million for a total CIP FY24 to 28, inclusive of all the funded existing projects and future projects, of $3.6 billion, by far the largest CIP that the county has seen. Not only throughout this budget process, since we started, there have been, and just like every other municipality, facing the challenges in doing budgeting. The first one would be employee recruiting and retention and compensation. We know that recruitment is a process. Once we get the recruiting process in place, the challenge is that other municipalities are also having the same, trying to retain their employees. So we train them, we hire them, we train them, and then the next municipality comes around and offers them more money. And then they are they leave, and then we are faced with having to start all over again. At the same time, the new era of working from home has made geography a very complicated aspect for hiring, because now companies that are abroad, companies that are outside of Florida, are also offering Floridians positions working from their home 24/7. So that's also a challenge in finding these. And of course, the new generation is liking more the working remotely in a lot of aspects of the industry. The other aspect that we are facing is rising cost in the supply chain, not only on the capital improvement plan, but also on the operations side. We know that the increase in equipment, increase in materials, increase in labor has made every single service more expensive, every single project more expensive, and that also has taken a toll on a lot of our budgeting for this year, and of course last year as well, and we don't know if that's going to continue into the following years. Fluctuation in interest rates. It's very interesting how the economy is performing right now. The markets and the investors are actually measuring risk in a different way than they have in the past. They measure risk short term more valuable than the risk long term. Why is that? Because we know that the economy, we're waiting for something that is about to happen. Recession is short term. So all the maturities long term are yielding higher yields than the long term. And this is what we're seeing, and I will be talking about that. This is what the economists call the inverted curve. So I will be talking a little bit more of that when I get into the capital improvement plan, because it correlates with the debt management plan that we have for the CIP. The other item is the increase in cost in affordable housing. We all know that we have been facing the challenges in increasing cost of living. And also, as well, the legislature and the governor has also addressed affordable housing as a topic of importance. So much that there's a new state Senate bill passed. It's called the Live Local Act, that is going to bring, although it's very positive for the residents of Florida and Manatee County residents as well, which will bring a lot of positives, in an effort to create affordability in housing and to have the residents of all the places where they live being able to live where they work more affordable. But this has its implications with local government, which I will be talking in a little bit more in detail. The other one would be the labor shortage that hinders capacity. We all know that we are competing right now in sharing the workforce with other municipalities when they're doing work. All these capital projects that we are doing, other municipalities are doing their own. And the same developers they're using are the same builders that they're using, the same builders we are using. So we have that challenge, and we have that that same pool for the local businesses that are using. And finally, this is a result of all these other factors, is how do we balance to meet demands with our funding capacities? There's only enough money to go around, but the economy is reacting in different ways, and we don't know what is going to happen. So we're trying to be very conservative in approaching what the future is going to bring. We know it's short term, so this is another aspect that we have had to be thinking into the budget, considering that we have such a robust capital improvement plan as well. Delving a little bit more about the economic update, to give you a little bit of an economic update and the challenges in legislation impacting our budget. The first one would be like I mentioned, the Live Local Act. What is that going to do? Although it has positive aspects for the residents, because they'll be able to get more affordable housing in the place where they work, in the areas where they work. But for local governments, this has several implications, financial implications. Number one, it brings sales tax refunds for those developers that are building affordable housing, which for local governments, it implicates that our revenues will be decreasing by $8.9 million on sales tax. The other aspect, and these are items that have been identified by the same Treasury Department on fiscal impact on this Senate bill. The other one, and which has even more of a compounding effect, is the fact that we have there are going to be property tax exemptions repercussions in regards to these affordable housings, which will be anywhere between $8.5 million. These all beginning in fiscal year 24. We don't know exactly, it's not measurable just yet because this bill just passed March 28th. We don't know exactly what is this going to do for Manatee County as a whole, but we know it's coming. So it is part of what we need to identify in this budget, and we need to consider in every single aspect of the budget as we see on all the steps that we're moving forward towards adoption. The second one, this one is a referendum that, although it has not been passed, it's been brewing up there in the legislature, and it's not coming as a referendum until the fiscal year 24 ballot in November. However, this Save Our Homes that limits property assessed values to increase by 3% is going to go down. It's proposed to go down to 2%. Very good news for the residents and property owners in Manatee County and everywhere else. However, it does have other local implications. And information from the property appraiser to give you a little bit of insight on the economic impact of this is the property appraiser states that Save Our Homes reduces our revenue, our property taxes by $14.4 million. 1% decrease in the Save Our Homes cap can cost an additional $5 to $10 million, depending on how the assessed values keep increasing or decreasing every year. So not only would be 14.4, but it will be almost $20 million. And this, to top it all off, will be a compounding effect, because it's not only this year in 24 that it will impact for the next year and for the next year and for the next year. So it is a great bill. It is a great bill, but we need to be very, very conscientious of what we do with our monies and be very conservative and vigilant on how well are we going to be budgeting and spending our dollars. There's a third Senate bill that I didn't put in here because this one, it just passed. It's Senate Bill 250. This one is actually addressing emergency operations and how it's protecting during emergency operations residents so that they can when they lose their houses or in other aspects, they are not caught with increased fees on building fees and so forth. We are still analyzing this one. It's very new, but what is the impact that the local impact that we're seeing is that it prohibits local governments from raising building fees. As we know, we just until October 1st of 2024. So we would have to, the board just approved an increase in building fees. We would have to place that one in a pause until we can come back and raise them again. Again, that's still being reviewed, and so I will come back. We will come back with more information in regards to that. It is very important that we understand the cycle, a brief recap of the budget process on where we are today and where we are moving towards the end, towards adoption. Step 1 and step 2, we are on fiscal year 24 is the first of the biennial cycle, which means that we are moving towards adoption of fiscal year 24, but we're also planning for fiscal year 25. The second step of the process is the departments have already identified their needs in the budget. They have at each level of service, which we identify as decision unit levels. Then the departments have provided their budgets to financial management, and then we have mapped the resources that we have to be able to meet some, and those that got recommended, some others did not get recommended. At this point, we are in between step 3 and 4, because right now, starting the work sessions with the commissioners, we will be discussing the department's budgets. The commissioners will make their recommendations to changes. I will take note, my staff will take note, and we will come back to you on a budget reconciliation to rebalance with a rebalanced budget with all the changes that the commission has placed. At the same time, on July 1st, the property appraiser certifies the assessed values. So right now we have estimated values, but when July 1st comes, I will have the final certified values. So I will make adjustments based on their certification. All these changes will come to you on step 4, which is the budget reconciliation on July 28th, after the recess. At that point, the board will have, once again, a balanced budget. At that point, they will have to set the millage. Once they set the millage, you cannot go high. You can go low. You can still change your mind after the budget reconciliation and say, I want to change the millage, but you can't increase it. You can only decrease it. Then towards budget process number 5, this one is towards adoption. After cycle number 4, the property appraiser receives our millage rate that was determined, and they will start sending the trim notices. The trim notices serves as the notice to the residents of what their proposed property tax cost is going to be, but at the same time, it serves as our first notice of public hearing notice, which will be held on September 12th. And then moving forward to the second public hearing, which will be held on September 19th. It is very important for me to establish that we put together a very comprehensive strategic budget. And so first, the administrator puts these recommendations that they have to be aligned with the board strategies. The directors will do the same. Each one of the departments will have to sync with the board's direction and strategic goals. And then finally, once all these needs are aligned, FMD will analyze funding options and then present a cohesive budget to the board, cohesive balanced budget to the board. Now, for transparency and fiscal accountability, it is my job to show you where are all the buckets of where that $2.1 million rest. Countywide expenses as an overview. We know that reserves as a total for fiscal year 24 will be $745 million. The third major item that and initiatives that we fund are the transfers. These ones are served to fund other initiatives such as the capital improvement and all that. It's just moving the monies from one funding source to another to be able to complete the task, pay debt service, pay capital projects, and so forth. But notice that the very third item that we see there is the sheriff. Sheriff representing 9% of the total budget that the county has at $190 million. And so forth. You know, we know utilities is the other one that's the largest budget at $89 million and so forth. This is just where all your priorities are being and resources are being designated in this budget. The recommended budget sets its main sections as the business operations. What are we doing with our money? How are we maintaining our facilities, and so forth. And then the capital improvement plan, which we will be discussing on the June 13th meeting. And we will go into detail about the projects that the commissions have been wanting to see, the ones that brought forward, the ones and the years in which they will be funded, and so forth. We will also be talking about the debt management plan for the future of these capital improvement projects that are set in this plan. How easy can I break down the budget is what my question was, so that all the elements of the recommended budget could be captured and understood by the commission at ease, and then we can go through the steps. We have 4 days of budget work sessions, inclusive of today, and I will break all of these parts as easy as I can so that you all understand for transparency where all the monies are and all the resources are being placed. This afternoon, we will be talking about departments programs, so it'll be the first item you see right there. And then there's other county-funded programs in the one that has the star. On Monday, we will be talking about the constitutional officers, where the sheriff, the clerk, and the supervisor of elections will be present. The property appraiser and the tax collector will not. At the same time, we will be talking about the judicial programs, public defender, guardian ad litem, court administration, and the state attorney will be present on Monday, the 12th. And then the rest of the items, debt service, transfers, capital outlay, all those three are very interconnected and related. So on the 13th, on the capital improvement discussion, I will be laying out each one of those aspects. Debt management is a very, very large feature of our budget. It represents like the fourth or fifth category of our resources use. So I will want to kind of like clarify more where we are, where we're moving into the future, and where we're going to end up. As the board had said yesterday, you placed a motion that I should look into other financing sources as we get into this capital improvement plan, and I will be working with our financial advisor to do just that. Delving a little bit more into what the business operations budget entails is we have 14 departments for which we do budgeting, and then we have the other county-funded programs which are itemized in here. We would go in detail this afternoon with most of them. The departments, because there's so many, we won't be able to touch on all of them today, so we have broken 2 days into the discussion of them. Starting today, this afternoon, with Community and Veteran Services, Convention and Visitors Bureau, County Administration, County Attorney, Financial Management, Human Resources, Natural Resources, and Sports and Leisure is today. Those are the smaller budgets. And then on the afternoon of Monday, We'll be discussing then public safety, property management, public works, IT, information technology. And utilities has its own day on the 14th, because that one will entail discussion of not only the capital improvement plan, their business operations budget, but as well there'll be kind of like connecting with the rates and where they are, an update on how the system is doing overall. Additional in the business operations budget, I wanted, the recommendation for the county administrator is to fund 64 new positions. And all of these positions are resulting from capital improvement projects that are coming into operations in the fall of 23 or in the upcoming fall of 23.
Can you leave that slide up just for a moment? Of course, the county attorney wants somebody else to say that.
Yes, ma'am. It is page number 11.
Okay, and so then we can discuss these further as those departments come up.
Yes,
Right.
sir. We will be touching each one of them and what is the need for each one of those positions as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
As the video stated, health insurance recommendation is a 1% increase on both employer and employee, which actually represents a minimal impact to the employee, but a very significant impact to the upkeep of our health insurance fund. And then finally, we have a salary compensation recommendation for 5% to the employee in fiscal year 24, effective October 1st. I would like to touch base on the health insurance fund because it is really a big tool for recruitment, and it's very important that that we present. There's two things that we have done with the health insurance in connection with the EHP department and financial management. You will be receiving a video that explains to you all that is the world of the health insurance fund, where we are. What is it about? It explains our grandfather status. It explains our rates. It explains the challenges that we're facing with the change in legislature towards health insurance. And at bottom line is where is the fund financial status. But right now I'm going to park myself with the health insurance to note what is the impact of the 1%. As per the recommendation, to the employee's pocket, to the employer's pocket, and it's an asset overall. The employee actual impact to this increase of the 1% represents per pay period to each one of the four tiers as illustrated in here. It's less than an average of $4 increase from employee only tier to employee with family tier. Monthly, it's a total, but on an annual basis, an employee only increase is only $10. Again, it's a small increase to the employee's pocket, which is what we want to see happening because we don't want to carry that burden, which we have brought forward for the last 2 years because of what the pandemic has done to our health insurance. On the right-hand side, you can see the overall impact. This is what this is not the actual increase. This is what an employee pays on an annual basis, on a pay period basis, and on a monthly basis on each one of these tiers, whatever one they chose to, their selection was. Now, for the employer, and it's important to note both sides because actually, when I talk about a good recruitment tool as the health insurance, the employer is paying 82% of the total cost of health insurance, of our health insurance, and then the employee only pays 18%. For the employer, it'll be only like an average of a $200 increase. In each one tier, 85 for employee only, 227 for an employee plus spouse, 155, and so forth. Finally, this last slide will show you the total monthly amount that the employee pays, and on the right-hand side, you'll pay, this is how much our health insurance fund increases. It's one of the most active and one of the best health insurance plans that we have. And it has won awards in the state of Florida as well. And we would like to keep it that way, but we also would like to keep it very affordable. That has not come without its challenges, but we're working through it, and it's still very, very, very affordable for the employee. And when I say it's a great benefit for the employee, it's in a retention tool. Thinking that the challenges that we have faced in the budget was exactly one of those aspects, was retention. Very important to understand is, where is the general fund in fiscal year 24? One, because the general fund is the most unrestricted fund that we have. It's the one that when we have storm events, or when we have any other aspects, this is the one that's going to be the saving grace for anything in the county. And then, of course, with the economy's uncertainty, the general fund, we need to be very conservative, and as to the use. General fund is not, it has a lot of initiatives within it, but I wanted to show what are those initiatives that we're paying with the general fund.
Sorry. Are we going to go over the salary increase in further detail later?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds good.
I was trying to recall in which day. Okay. So again, in the general fund, the sheriff represents the 38% of the total cost. If you can see in here versus the other slide that I showed that the sheriff was 190 million, it's 194 in here because the general fund also pays for their support cost. By Article 5, we're supposed to pay for all the maintenance of their facilities and so forth. So that's included in a support cost itemized sheriff. And then, of course, being the second under the sheriff is our reserves, so 149. And in that 149, yes, sir.
So my question is is health care then not included in, I thought it was included in human resources, because I remember back on page 7.
Correct.
Human resources is at 70 million, so I assumed that healthcare was included in that, but now it's on this slide as well.
Correct.
But it is included in HR then?
Well, the portion of HR that you see in the general fund is the part of employee relations, is the other side. Human resources is broken down in employee health benefits, which is funded by the health insurance fund, and also the portion that is business relations is employee relations is the, like compensation and the hiring and onboarding and all that is paid by the general fund. The general fund pays,
So
it's only $2.5 million of the HR department.
Okay, so on page 7, I apologize for going backwards, but I thought I thought it was one thing, and then it turns out it's not.
Yes.
On page 7, it's basically 70 million, 69.84. So that 70 million includes what?
The 70 million includes the $2.5 million of the employee business relations.
For that
On
department.
this side, for that
Okay.
department, and the employee health benefits.
Okay, so it
Combined.
did include health benefits.
Yes.
Okay, so because then I saw it on this slide and I thought, wait, so it's
Yes.
appearing on both slides. That's
We're
all.
just
Okay.
peeling off the part that is the general fund on this slide.
No
so
problem.
that for ease.
I just
of
want to
the
make sure I had a firm
presentation.
grasp here.
Yes.
Questioning myself. Yep, thank you.
During the fund summary review, which is all the fundings that are paying for all these departments' budgets and other initiatives, we will be talking about what the fund does, how much does it fund for what, and the revenues that are associated to pay for all these initiatives. And then at the end, how much is it going to be, ending with, bottom line. I would like to talk a little bit about the millage. And it's very important because it plays a big role on our property taxes levying. And it's actually one of the functions of our property taxes. For the last 2 years, we have lowered, our millage by 0.3 and by 0.20. And this is our current millage. There is no recommendation for an increase or a decrease in our millage at this point. And I'm just gonna place I'm a faithful advocate that the board CIP is so robust, and it has a lot of projects that are implicated. We do not know what the market is going to be doing tomorrow or the next year. So we're trying to be very conservative in the advice that we're giving to the board as to whether to reduce or to increase. But I'm bringing the facts. This is unprecedented times in assessed values. We have never seen a 17.5% increase in assessed values, and that's just an estimated. What that does for us is we know that tomorrow that may go down. The average increase in assessed values that we normally get before all these economy unprecedented times has been around 7-8%. So to give you in perspective, 10% above that, or maybe 11-12% more than that, is the opportunity that we have to seize to get these projects completed. There are projects that are still needing a large, vast number of funding to make it to the finish line. Also, there's, like as I spoke before, the Save Our Homes is also referendum is also going to impact our property taxes as well. We don't know right now how much it's going to be. Only what Treasury fiscal experts are saying is going to impact. But when it does, it will take an effect more into the tax year 2024, which is fiscal year 2025. But we have to be vigilant. We have to think today what can happen for tomorrow, because we already have a fiscal year 25 planned budget in this cycle. It's serious implications what we're thinking about these bills are going to do for the property taxes. So I also, with all the factors that we have considered before, I want to put out their options towards a potential millage reduction if it was the liking of the board to do so. What does a millage reduction represent financially? So if we think about what a 0.15 mil reduction would entail at today's assessed values, it would represent a $9.1 million reduction to the property taxes. Compounded, yes. Impact from year to year, yes. So that is one thing. The other thing is that the general fund will be the only one to take this hit, because all the other millages, the one that make up the county-wide operations, transportation, library, parks, they have such a small millage that this by outweighing the percentage of this decrease will take a large impact on the levels of service that they offer. So the general fund, by taking the hit, will be a significant impact to it. And so forth. I provided other options, 0.20, 0.30, and 0.50. If we take a 0.50, we will be getting very close to rollback. That's also a very important piece to know. I want to put out there, other than, besides some positive aspects of it, because my job is to put the positive and the negative, and then to help you ease into the decisions that you make. So, like I said before, the estimated growth in assessed values have been 17.5%. On July 1st, when the property appraiser certifies their values, will that be higher? Probably, because the property appraiser is very conservative, just like we are. They always say low, expecting higher. This will continue until the referendum passes. If it passes in 2024, the Save Our Homes will continue to be capped at 3%. However, Save Our Homes chases inflation. So for the last 2 years, inflation has been between 7 and 6.5%. And for the last 2 years, we have been capped at 3%. But on previous years, it has been 2 and whatever CPI is.
Commissioner
Yes,
Satcher.
sir.
Sorry, but this won't. Well, you said three things. You said our assessed is going up 17.5. And then but you said that if we were, or maybe it's two things, but you said that if we were to do a 0.15 millage decrease, that we would be very close to rollback.
0.5, yes.
How does that work? It seems like 17.5% increase in taxable would mean we'd need to go a lot farther than 0.15 to get to rollback to where people were paying the same taxes as they did the previous year. So I know I'm missing a fact, but just wanted to ask you on
The
that.
0.5 is the one that would be very close to rollback. Not the
0.5, not
yes.
0.15.
When you calculate, and I will be presenting to you once we have the certified assessed values from the property appraiser. I will have to do the first step to the trim process, and I will bring to you what the rollback rate is and what does that represent in dollars as well.
Understood. Sorry for interrupting. Thank you.
No interruptions. The other aspect is in fiscal year 24, the parish TIF was approved. It'll be the first year for the parish TIF. What the impact will that be is a reduction of the assessed values that were once grounded in general fund will be moved into a more restrictive boundary setting so that we cannot touch that. So it becomes restrictive now for that geographic boundaries. Although it's very good for the communities of parish because they're going to be able to do more things and plan for more. Over there, it is a very impact. The property appraiser in our last.
Commissioner Bearden.
Do all the counties, do all the districts pay for taxes in the parish TIF? Or is it just District 1?
It's the total countywide assessed values. Yes, all of them on the unincorporated.
Wait, no, I don't think that's what he was asking. So there's a boundary that we drew that is the TIF and everything, all the parcels inside of that boundary. Correct.
Oh, yes,
correct.
Sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yes, all the parish residents will be assessed that portion of it. So what the property appraiser's job is to determine the boundaries, which we already brought it to the board to determine the boundaries. It goes on the resolution, as to what the boundaries are. And then he identifies what the assessed values that are within that boundary. And then he'll tell me. So right now, he determined the assessed values of that boundary to be $62 million. But again, he's saying that what he has seen in growth in the parish TIF is 71% in increase in assessed values. So what we're going to see next year is going to be, it's going to far outpass the Southwest TIF. Which that means it'll be anywhere between $5 to $10 million with the general fund will peel out of the general fund into the parish TIF.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for bringing it back into. Now, let's talk a little bit about the capital improvement plan. This is only going to present the overview of the capital improvement plan, but we're going to be going into very much detail on the 13th, and we will be addressing every project. We can discuss all the projects or as many projects as you would like to for better understanding. But as I said, the capital improvement plan is the $2.1 billion. with an investment in '24 of $340 million. There's 653 total projects, of which 66 are new projects. As a brief overview of featured CIP projects, we have the very first six are the ones that the big six that we are referring to and the video spoke about. These projects are already in motion. However, they need an additional influx of dollars to make it come to the finish line. Also, we have 44th Avenue. This one is the final stretch towards the 75 to make it work and come and bring it to the final section of 44th. At the same time, we have 8 bridge replacement projects. We have the Canal Road corridor projects. We have the Erie Road projects. We have 36 new projects, sidewalk projects, and then we have all those that we mentioned in the video, Lincoln, John Marble, the Clemens, Premier Sports projects, and then, of course, we have the Convention Center projects as featured projects. It is important to understand that the capital improvement plan has, the capital improvement plan has a multitude of funding sources, but a lot of them are unique to capital improvement. They can only be used for capital projects, such as the impact fees, such as the infrastructure sales tax, such as gas taxes can also be used for maintenance and resurfacing of projects, but it also for capital projects. Now, this year we identified some uses within the boundaries of the Southwest Steve as well. So we're using some of the Southwest Steve dollars for stormwater projects that are very, very, very much needed in that area. At the same time, we have some projects that are being funded by the American Rescue Plan. And then, of course, noting Manatee County, as conservative as we are, we try to find ways to fund our capital projects with our own money as much as we can. But we also have a debt management plan, and I will be talking about that shortly. That is also a featured part of our capital improvement to get a lot of these projects done and into completion. But we need to look at the market and evaluate, with help of our financial advisor, where is our debt management plan heading towards, and what is the right opportunity for us to take on this task. And of course, any other additional funding opportunities that may not necessarily be bonding, such as like lines of credit, perhaps some commercial paper, and so forth. But those are conversations that I will have with our financial advisor and our bond counsel to bring those back to you. When we look at the uses in the capital improvement plan, these are all the investment categories that we are to serve the community. So right now, if you notice in this chart, the larger efforts are being concentrated on water and wastewater. We understand, again, the theme is growth. So the capacity of the result of this growth is having to add capacity to all these plants. And that is an effort that the Public Utility Department is engaging into this CIP plan at a 30%, then followed by transportation efforts at 32%, and so forth. By far the largest, and again, with the theme in mind, is growth and finishing up the projects that we have already started. Understanding that execution factors in the capital improvement plan are one size does not fit all. Each one of those categories faces their own challenges, and I'm not going to read them all, but these are all the challenges that they face. Noted that inflation is one of them. It actually is, hitting the capital improvement very hard. But at the same time, we are trying to take steps to mitigate these inflation factors, just like, for example, for the 2022 bonds that we issued last year, we bonded to cover those inflations. Today, I gotta say that of all that inflation money that we have reserved for those projects, most of those projects have come higher than anticipated. So it came to fruition what we had anticipated, and all these bonds have been utilized to its fullest. In March 31st, and I want to go back a little bit, on March 31st, I came to the board and I explained to you execution rates on each one of those departments that have the major bulk of the projects, transportation, utilities, and they are actually doing and performing to the fullest of what they can do based on what the market is allowing them to do. And this is where, and this is more like a financial management, how we review the capital improvement plan. When the departments provide their requests, and so we ask ourselves the very first three questions. Is it doable? Is it fundable? Is it logistically sound? Does it coincide or collide or interfere with any other projects that are already in the plan? Do we have the correct colors of money to make it happen? Or do we have the resources that we can do these projects? So let's talk a little bit about our outstanding debt. Well, understanding current helps us to understand the future and how much we can afford and in the future. Our current outstanding debt, inclusive of the last two bond issuances that we just did back in September, and now the one we closed on May, it's a total of $673.5 million, of which 67% of that is utilities, and 57% is utilities, and 43% is general government. For every bond issuance that we just went through, our bond ratings were reassessed, and we were able to secure still our AAA rating with Fitch and our AA1 by Moody's. We have one of the best bond ratings that a local government could have, and that is helping us to yield lowest interest rates out in the market. So I would like to break a little bit about the governmental part of the debt of our current outstanding debt. 5%, we have currently 5 outstanding bond issuances that we are paying debt service on for an average of $26 million. It's inclusive of interest rates. But like I said, if you look in the interest rates for each one of these bond issuances, we have been able to secure very competitive interest rates. And that is the reason why we try to keep our reserves at a conservative pace so that we can maintain these ratings so well. The last bond issuance that we were able to secure were at 0.408. And the last one for the utility, we were able to secure at 3.952. Moving into the enterprise, we have currently 4 outstanding bond issuances, inclusive of the ones that we closed on May 25th of this year, at a total amount principal of $384 million, of which we are paying debt service of 22.8. These are all the interest rates as well. The facility investment fees only pay 16%, so all the rates, the actual utility rates, are the ones that are carrying the load of the payment of the debt service. We know, right, facility investment fees carries the same impact as impact fees. So based on growth is how much or how less we get of impact fees. Now we talked about current, let's talk about future. This is what our recommended debt plan looks like for the CIP 24-28. Our plan is to have, and when you see debt in every single year, this does not mean that we're going to be bonding every single year. It just means that there is the opportunity to use these projects. There's 137 projects itemized in the capital improvement plan that we will be paying. We will be focusing towards issuing debt to make them, because one, they're already at some design setting, and because we know that they will be finishing these projects at the IRS accepted amount of years of completion of the project, to be able to bond. And when we talk about bonding, there's a lot of factors to consider. One is how the market is performing. Second, are these projects going to be moving soon, or are they moving already to be able to bring them into a bond issuance? But at the same time, there's other factors such as growth. Growth will also help us identify if that is the route that we want to take, because we could very well be using our own funding sources to make sure that, the less amount of debt, as conservative as Manatee County is, we would prefer to use our own resources and then kind of like get a gear into debt service as a whole. Right now, we are focusing our efforts to put 33% of this in that plan into the governmental side of it, which means that either general fund of impact fees or gas taxes will be paying for this, depending on the projects that they are. And then 67% is utilities. This already has been taken into consideration in the last rate increases that were approved by the board in March. So all that has been built into it. When I talked earlier about economic conditions, what are the investors considering risky? Is it short term or is it long term? And what economists and experts are calling the inverted curve. The inverted curve is that now long term maturities are paying lower yields than short-term maturities. That did not used to be the case. So what that is telling you is that there's more risk to short-term maturities, because we're facing with the recession that's coming in. Some say September, some say October, some say November, but it's coming. It is a short-term item. So even inclusive of our latest bond issuance, a lot of our long-term maturities that were secured because it's a 30-year bond were paid at lesser amounts of yield than the shorter term maturities. This chart over here is actually we get an economic of financial weekly update from Wells Fargo to see how the markets are doing in comparison. So like I'm comparing on the right-hand side, we have the week of the 22nd, and then on the left-hand side, we have the week of the 30th. This week I have not received the one, so I couldn't give you I don't get that till Friday. But this is all related to those like AAA MMD yield curves. So if you look at that yellow curve, that was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you could see going from the lowest interest rates, and then the curve, as expected, goes higher, right? But as you see the ones that are in a weekly, you see that curve, which is the purple one, it dips down. Last week, 2 weeks ago, it dipped down and it went up. But then this last week, it dipped back up again and then back down again. So we don't know. The rates are going. Last year, we bonded the 22 bonds at 4.08. In May of this year, we bonded at 3.95. So you would expect, okay, a year later or 9 months later, our rates are going to be higher. They were not. Now, this is what I'm saying. The economic conditions and the market is driving how we are to bond and how we are to look at our financial tools to fund the capital improvement. And this is why I put the challenge is one of the challenges right now. As good as our financial advisor is, he is also giving us the strategy. He's also telling us, you have not increased your max, which Commissioner Thatcher mentioned yesterday. You have not increased your match, but you're very close. So we need to find opportunities. And we have been in discussions with our financial advisor where he's looking at other avenues, lines of credit to enhance, like encumbrance lines of credits, where, and the understanding is we're gonna talk it over, or maybe perhaps some commercial paper. Yes, they're variable rates, but those are, you can take quickly and rapidly. With this capital improvement plan, tomorrow, there's a $10 million increase on a project, and we have to place and approve a GMP that is $10 million short. And that faces, all these, timeliness factors. Lines of credit, commercial paper can help mitigate all these aspects. So as the board placed the motion yesterday, I will be coming forward with the financial advisor to provide funding opportunities based on what the economic conditions are doing and the market is defining. Like I'm restating again that inflation and cost increases are also the aspects, the reasons why we need to find other funding opportunities other than bonding. Now going into reserves. This is the bottom line. When we talk about reserves, this is after we have met all of our commitments. This is where we end up being. As I had explained before, we have our reserves contingencies, we have our reserves for salaries, we have our reserves for cash balance, which is inclusive of our stabilization and our cap 20%, and then our reserve for capital. Our reserve contingency are those items that are like set-asides, we call. And those are items that have already have been identified with a name, with a kind of label, but they have not been brought to the board with a plan, with a solid plan. So we just place estimated amounts in there so that when the board, which it's projects that are already taking some motion, but they're not fully approved, we bring them to the board and then they are taken out of that reserve and into the proper account keys to start the program. The reserve for salaries, this one is a twofold. We know that the FRS, because the state doesn't adopt their budget, it has a different budget cycle than we do. The FRS new rates do not come until June 30th. So we don't know. It's too early for us to make those kind of changes in the actual budget. So we reserve for what we know the estimate is, so that it doesn't hit us in a greater impact on any other aspects of the funding sources. And then at the same time, our 5% compensation, once the board approves it, it will go into the corresponding accounts for each one of the departments. The reserve for cash balance, and I will, if we scroll to the next one, the reserve for set-asides, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it. The board just had a work session with financial management regarding the American Rescue Plan, the generational impact projects. And if you notice on the general fund, once the board approved for us to move forward with finalizing the ARP with the payroll from the general fund to cover public safety, salaries and so forth, we also said we would place a set-aside of $52 million in the general fund to cover the generational impacts. This $57 million includes that $52 million. We will be talking more in detail about each one of the items that make up that 57 in the fund summary review on the afternoon of Tuesday. Let's talking about cash balance. So I had given you this charge, and I've also given you the handouts a couple of days ago. So you can see these are the two pieces that actually make up the reserve for cash balances. So these are all the funds that make up the total reserve at 664.6. As you noted, when at the beginning I said it was 745. 745 is inclusive of the salaries, is inclusive of the cash of the capital reserve. So on slide 36, 745 is the entirety of all the reserves combined. This one is only the cash balance reserve, because those are not appointed to anything that exactly definitely appointed to something. Is just sitting in the reserve. But as we know, when we have discussed this before, all these funding sources, not all of them are unrestricted. The only one that has that unrestricted portion is the general fund. So at the end of fiscal 24, after doing our priorities, the general fund ends with its $86.2 million, of which 2.8 is the budget stabilization. This already covers the increases in the sheriff, in all the constitutional officers, in all the judicial programs, the department's requests as recommended, and so forth. The 20% is just as per best practice by the GFOA. 20% is what the maximum is. The county's total appropriations, 20% goes, the $2.1 million calculated reserve for cash balance is 10.8. We don't even reach that 20%. Compared to fiscal year 23, what has been the increase from 23 to 24? It has been a total of $90.6 million, which is an increase of 15.8%. Again, general fund, as I am showing, the yellow line is the one that shows the most unrestricted. So compare, the general fund has increased from 23 at a $5.5 million, a 6.9% increase. Now, let's talk about the truth in millage, because truth in millage is the one thing that guides all the budget process from beginning to end. The number of dates we have to from start all the way to adoption, as well as the limitations that we have on millage, restrictions, uses, and definitions, and the duties that we have towards adopting a budget. Florida Statute 200 and Florida Statute 129 are the ones that define how we do the budget process and how do we actually budget and all the aspects of the budget. And those are the two Florida statutes I have to abide by. Truth in millage, as per the Florida Statute 200, states that on July 1st, and I'm gotta say, Manatee County has always taken a step forward to start the budget process earlier than other counties and municipalities, because they usually wait until the property appraiser certifies on July 1st to do their first presentations to the board so that they can bring the actual numbers and they don't have to rebalance the budget all over again. Because the board goes on recess, that's why we bring them a month ahead so that they can take all the information and make the recommendation for changes and so forth, and then we can come back in July and do the realignment and rebalance the budget as per the board's requests. I've already spoken about this cycle, but this is our internal process. The budget cycles has 7 cycles. Right now we are in 4 and 5, where the budget work sessions are being held. And then the July 1st certification is coming in a couple of weeks. Then we will be realigning, readjusting, and then moving forward to budget number 6, cycle number 6 and number 7. I cannot leave without saying that Florida statute is the guideline by which I rules everything that I do as a CFO in regards to the budget process. And then also what it rules, what the commission's roles are and the county administrator roles are towards adopting the budget. So first we should do a budget that is prepared, approved, adopted, and executed pursuant to this chapter. The budget must be a balanced budget altogether. And then I provide to you a balanced budget, which sources need to equal uses. Now, throughout the process, every time that the board decides to change something, I have to come back and see what we can take out. So it's just like a balancing act that F&D will have to say. So we would have to say what comes in and then what comes out. Or do we use reserves, reduce the reserves to make it happen? And with that said, I appreciate your time. It was shorter than I expected. But does anybody have any questions?
Do we have questions? Commissioner Cruz has questions, sir.
Well, I asked for this last year. I remember it was in a meeting or if it was just one-on-one with you or Scott or somebody. But at some point, and this year, because of all the CIP we're doing, because of the stuff potentially coming down the pipe in Tallahassee, we need to, I feel we need to be looking at this not as a static 1 year, but more as at least projected 5-year. I know there's a lot of variables to play with, but this board isn't going to increase millage. And nobody wants to cut services. I mean, we talk about a lot of shiny things with boat ramps and pickleball courts and soccer fields and intersections and sidewalks and all the things that everyone in this county needs. We need to make sure we have the funding for it. It's great to continuously cut millage, and we have 0.5 in the past 2 years, net the environmental land tax. But, in addition to what you mentioned relative to SB 102 and the potential for the homestead, which I think died last month. I don't know if that's actually going on the 2024 ballot initiative, unless it got blended in with some other bill someplace. There are other things. For instance, now there's a lot of sales tax holidays, and part of our money comes from sales tax. There's going to be a revenue impact from sources outside of our millage that need to be factored in. But we're doing a lot of CIP, and you kind of mentioned it. You kind of buried the lead on the bottom of that one slide. Everything's an asset until it's built, and then it becomes a liability. It's great building new bridges and new roads, but eventually we have to prepare to repave those roads and reline those roads and maintain them. It's great building soccer fields, but we have to line them and irrigate them and maintain them and hire people to staff them. So we're doing what you said was the largest CIP in the history of Manatee County this year at $480 million or $400 million or something. But we need to be looking ahead, not necessarily in 2024, but in 2025 and 6 and 7, 8, and make sure growth projections, excluding the fact that there's a potential recession coming up and that could impact housing values, which we saw in 08, 09. When housing values tank, they start going back up again at 3%. They'll just jump back to where they were. We're not even at the assessed values that were there in 2007 because of the cap. So it would be good to see forward projections based upon some of these, even if they're completely just top line, big variable assumptions, because we need to know what's going to happen in 2 years or 3 years. People on this board are still going to be on this board making tough decisions when you come to us and say we need 20 more people for parks to take care of some new fields we built or new facilities at the aquatic center at Premier. We need to be looking at some of that stuff. It's not just bonding stuff to build assets, using ARP funds. Once they're gone, they're gone. we need to figure out and make sure that we're not cutting millage and putting ourselves in a bad position, because we're starting to cap out on debt service availability. And that's my concern, is that we're looking at things on a static 1 calendar year, and we should be looking at them more on a 5 to 10 year calendar year.
And you're very right, Commissioner Cruz, and financial management does exactly just that. So we take every single one of those funds that we have, all 160 of them, and we project them out into 5 years, considering implications of market, considering implications of growth, considering implications of no more growth. And that's why it takes us quite a few. That's why we start in October, because all that.
You have those that we
builds in.
can look at?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect.
We do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my thoughts are, I guess maybe not surprisingly, going pretty much the opposite direction. I think that if we're worried that our income might be unstable in the future, imagine a family out there who suddenly is having to pay 17% more on their home than they did the previous year in taxes. And so people out there are having to, make those adjustments. And the last thing I'm going to do is say, you're going to pay me more this year no matter what. And so that I can be sure I don't have to tighten anywhere moving forward as the government. No, I'd rather us find a way. And I think there are ways that maybe we've never really discussed, or at least I haven't since my time on the board, because we all know we're putting a lot of pressure on the CIP. We're trying to get a lot done and catching up. And the chair said it before. We've all mentioned it. We're building yesterday's infrastructure and roads at today's prices, and that's tough to do. But there are other options and places where we can find some funding. I've proposed and talked privately about a cap, not necessarily a complete stop, but a cap on travel, because there's an operations side, but operations is not 100% set. Like I said, think about what we're talking about at Bishop. We've said this is a budget, you got to make it work. Well, I don't know that those discussions have been had on the operations side in a while. And so I think we should be able to find, say, a 0.25 millage reduction worth that could predominantly come from operations is what I'm hoping, without, and I'm not saying let's, send a bunch of people home and lay a bunch of people off. That is not what I'm saying. I think we can do it without that. And if we look at it, sharpen our pencil, and do what we can to cut back in other areas. And then the other thing is we come to reserves. You're looking at almost $800 million of reserves. So I believe when I came on the board in 2020, that number was somewhere around 400. And there was a lot of consternation from people that were new to this board that felt like that was way above the 19% that was established by state statute. And here we are 2 years later, 3 years later, and we're at, almost 700 and plus $1 million of reserves. So I understand we need that, and we need the colors of money that we can get to when there's a project that's important to complete. I understand that we live in Florida and there's a threat of hurricanes. But I think that I'm not saying let's, go on a spending spree, but I am saying I think we can still cut back and trim the millage at least some moving forward this fiscal year budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I may have misunderstood, because I thought what Commissioner Cruz was saying was he wasn't necessarily taking a position on cutting or not. He was just saying that we should look 5 years out. And so whatever we end up deciding today, we should say, well, we're making commitments for like years and years out just to add some stability to the budget, not necessarily saying we should cut or not cut.
Understood.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we're doing our projections, oh, sorry. When we're doing our projections, are we projecting in regards to how many homes are going to be coming into the area from and the tax revenue that we're going to be getting from those homes in the next 5 years? Or are those projections just solid line based on what we have today?
So when it comes to those that are tax supported, the property appraiser gives us kind of like their own estimate of where they think. And then right now, we don't know. There's uncertainty. So we are estimating that maybe a year or two while all this growth starts kind of like leveling off. And then after that, our assumptions were we're going back to status quo, 7%, 8% of what we normally have seen in tax increase, in assessed values over the last 10, 12 years in the past. So that's what, after 26, all of our estimates of increases in assessed values go down.
Okay. So that being said, within those projections, I'm assuming that we're probably going to grow in the next 5 years about 60,000 more people. Are we projecting in regards to what it's going to take to keep up with the services that adds another 60,000 more people within our population?
So I mean, I don't know how much growth in population it's going to be. So I have to be very conservative. What I do know is that the levels of services that we have today, right? What is it going to take to upkeep those with a % inflation of CPI over the next 5 years? That's how we actually do it.
Okay, because Commissioner Cruz had a point there. I mean, we definitely need to be looking into the future of what it's going to cost us. I mean, a flat line of, hey, we got this much in, infrastructure that we're going to be investing in. However, I mean, my thing is are we looking at how many more employees that's going to take for the county, as well as, how many houses are, let's just say, I don't know what the exact amount is in the next 5 years of how many homes are going to be developed for more tax revenue that's coming in. But if I were to look at it based on today of how we're growing today, we're growing roughly around 12,000 people a year. So I just didn't know, based on that, if those projections are being considered in regards to
all the funds don't follow the same pattern, right? So one of the important things that we do in the capital improvement plan is to monitor the years of operating impact. When are these projects going to become operational, so that we can chase the year in our projections of where we need to anticipate those costs to go up? What is going to take? Is it maintenance? Is it new staffing? Just as an example, we are, September of 2023, the East County Library will be coming into fruition. All those have been taken into the impact on the 24's budget, with an increase of staffing for the East County Library of, I think it was 5 or 6. And so forth. So that's why it's so important for us that one piece becomes really really big in the CIP as we get close to those projects being done. And yes, we do monitor that. CIP and the operational side, they do connect, and we talk about it. We say, okay, all these projects, and of course the departments are also monitoring those, because they will be the ones directly impacted by these new projects coming into service. You're welcome.
Thank you. And no one's on the board, so I'll go next. I think Commissioner Bearden is right in the direction he's going is, yes, there's growth, but at the same time, just with the status quo, at the rate of inflation, what kind of increases are we looking at? And Commissioner Satcher touched on it just on the operating side.
Yep.
Chad, Evan, Jody, just those 3 departments, you're like 1,200 employees. They're the biggest, but that's 1,200 people, and you do a 5% increase, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do the 5% increase. Obviously, inflation is going up higher than that. and we're adding to healthcare costs as well, which is coming out of their paychecks. So we're not even keeping up with inflation at that rate. Sheriff comes to us and originally wanted 16%, and I know we're at an agreement, verbal agreement at 11 at this point. But I mean, how long can we continue to absorb those increases?
And that is one of the biggest challenges. If you saw in my second slide of it, is how do we balance to meet demands, not only short term, but long term? When we do the 5 years, we do 24, 25, and then we do all the way out to 28. It's not only how the fund, and I said this on March 31st in the work session, it's not how the fund performs today. Is how it's going to perform with what we know today or what we're adding today into the budget 5 years out. Some funds we plan 10 years, like for utilities, they have a 10-year plan because they have their structure of, when they know infrastructure needs to be replaced and so forth and all that. So they go all out. But like I said, the challenge in the budget is not only what we do today, is how we can manage to make those funds work out into the 5 years, all the way out to 28. I'm very conservative to hint to do a 10-year plan, because on the 6th year, it's not going to look like a good projection. I think that keeping it at 5 years, it's a better resource, and we've been able to kind of like monitor that really well. From the CIP, what jumps from the CIP to the operating. When we raise rates, do the rates work today? Do they work tomorrow and 5 years out? I mean, it is just a continuation, and that's why I need all the stuff that you need over on the right-hand side, is to keep monitoring. There's 160 funds that we do that for, on the operation side, on the CIP side.
So Commissioner Satcher, just an idea, and I'm kind of shooting from the hip here, taking from your thought and Commissioner Cruz's thought. We don't have to make any decisions today, but something for us to sort of chew on is, when we start talking about millage cuts, instead of talking about millage cuts just this year, what if we say, make a commitment, just pulling this out of my hat, over the next 5 years, instead of saying we're going to cut it by like 0.2 this year or 0.25 this year, what if we say like something like, over the next 5 years, we're committing to cutting it by 0.3? And however that falls, is getting in it's just an idea, right? Just if we say we're going to commit to this type of a cut over the next 5 years, that creates some stability for her, and for everybody, really. Just I think that's generally where Commissioner Cruz was going. Is that right, sir? Or have I totally misread you?
No, like I said, we just need to be looking out, because again, when you cut millage, it's not a one-time credit. It's an every year. The millage you're paying this year is 0.5 lower than it was going to be 24 months ago, because we've cut millage 0.2 and 0.3. And next year it's going to be 0.5, and the following year it's going to be 0.5. We've meaningfully adjusted the revenue stream going forward with those previous cuts, and the same thing will happen with today's cuts. Look, I've made all of the motions to cut the millage. I'm 100% on board with looking at that. I just want to make sure, going into potential recession, going into all this CIP, looking at a lack of, in my mind, alternative sources of revenue, because the state's pulling some stuff back. We're not moving forward with some other alternative revenue sources. We're starting to cap out or get close to it on the debt side. This is what we've got. So I'm not saying anything about pro or con of cutting millage. I'm just saying, let's make sure we're all in the right position here so that things don't come online. Because remember, people are complaining to us all the time about permitting. I'm not talking about the big developer. I'm talking about the people in my neighborhood who can't get a deck done because we're short permitting people. I mean, while we have a commitment to lowering millage and keeping people's costs down, especially in light of recessions and inflation, we also have a commitment to providing a quality of life that's commensurate with Manatee County and how great this place is. And that includes parks and libraries and permitting and staff here that's going to take care of the citizens. So I just want to make sure we're assessing everything before we make a decision for the third year in a row, considering the uncertainty going forward.
Yes, sir. All right. You want to take a recess or? Okay. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're moving right along here through our budget overview, and so I'll turn things back over to our CFO, and she's going to close us out with some website information. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah.
To finalize my presentation, I would like to go into if I may, into the website where all the documents for these presentations and the upcoming presentations are going to be, are saved. So in mymanatee.org, right in the face of the website, there's a button that says FY24 presentations. Once you click on that, it'll take you to the financial management side of the budget division, and there it'll say FY24 recommended. You click in that folder and all the documents reside in there, inclusive of our presentations today, the documents for the department's budgets, the fund summaries, the constitutionals, and every detail in regards to that, inclusive of the capital improvement plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Baugh is on the board for a comment before we adjourn for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just mentioned to Sheila that on page 22, T-BARDA does not exist any longer, so you've got almost 61,000 there that you can put somewhere else. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Saving money. I also have been collecting information on travel of the different departments, including the county administration and the county BOCC, all departments. And so Dana is getting all that information to send to the board. So we'll know how much we're actually spending in travel every year for the departments as a county. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that this is probably my 12th budget that I've done. And I can tell you that our finance department, just so everybody knows, I know we've got a few new commissioners, they go forward for many years. They don't just put this year or next year's budget. I mean, it's a 2-year budget, but they look at it years out. I don't even know how many years.
2028.
28. Okay. So they're already looking at what might be happening in the real estate market and how we might hit a recession or whatever the case may be, to try and make sure that we are prepared for whatever should we have to encounter. So from that standpoint, I just wanted the board members to know that they are a very, very professional financial group. They know their stuff. They've never done us wrong. They've always been on it. They always will be on it, and I have the utmost support from me on our finance department. They do all of that already. They're totally professional. I don't know of any financial group that wouldn't look so many years out anyway. I mean, that's just part of the budget process. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. I really, truly appreciate it. We do have a wonderful financial budget team, and inclusive of those in the departments, all 14 that every day make a difference, day in, day out. And I know that fiscal operations and fiscal stability is one of the most important pages of the county's book. So we strive to do the best that we can every day with the resources that we have.
And I certainly didn't mean to take away from any of the other departments. I mean, all of our county departments are wonderful. But, without the finance department being on top of everything, we'd be in a mess. And I've never known us to be. There's been years in the past when maybe sometimes the finance department didn't appreciate maybe some of the ways that we were looking at things. And I think that Sheila has shown that she's a very aggressive financial leader, and that she wants to make sure that we're covering our CIP, and roads has been very important to her and their team. So, we're in pretty good hands, and this is one department I would not touch in any way, shape, or form. So continue as you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else before we adjourn for lunch? Well, she's concluded and she's going to come back with departments after lunch, right, Sheila? Okay. All right, so
Yes.
is it scheduled as 1:30?
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I guess that's a yes. All right,
Yes.
we're in recess until 1:30. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're moving right along here through our budget overview, and so I'll turn things back over to our CFO, and she's going to close us out with some website information. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah.
To finalize my presentation, I would like to go into the, if I may, into the website where all the documents for these presentations and the upcoming presentations are going to be, are saved. So in mymanatee.org, right in the face of the website, there's a button that says FY24 presentations. Once you click on that, it'll take you to the financial management side of the budget division, and there it'll say FY24 recommended. You click in that folder and all the documents reside in there, inclusive of our presentations today, the documents for the department's budgets, the fund summaries, the constitutionals, and every detail in regards to that, inclusive of the capital improvement plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Baugh is on the board for a comment before we adjourn for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just mentioned to Sheila that on page 22, T-BARTA does not exist any longer, so you've got almost 61,000 there that you can put somewhere else. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Saving money. I also have been collecting information on travel of the different departments, including the county administration and the county BOCC, all departments. And so Dana is getting all that information to send to the board. So we'll know how much we're actually spending in travel every year for the departments as a county. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that this is probably my 12th budget that I've done. And I can tell you that our finance department, just so everybody knows, I know we've got a few new commissioners, they go forward for many years. They don't just put this year or next year's budget. I mean, it's a 2-year budget, but they look at it years out. I don't even know how many years.
2028.
28. Okay. So they're already looking at what might be happening in the real estate market and how we might hit a recession or whatever the case may be, to try and make sure that we are prepared for whatever should we have to encounter. So from that standpoint, I just wanted the board members to know that they are a very, very professional financial group. They know their stuff. They've never done us wrong. They've always been on it. They always will be on it, and I have the utmost support from me on our finance department. They do all of that already. They're totally professional. I don't know of any financial group that wouldn't look so many years out anyway. I mean, that's just part of the budget process. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. I really, truly appreciate it. We do have a wonderful financial budget team, and inclusive of those in the departments, all 14 that every day make a difference, day in, day out. And I know that fiscal operations and fiscal stability is one of the most important pages of the county's book. So we strive to do the best that we can every day with the resources that we have.
And I certainly didn't mean to take away from any of the other departments. I mean, all of our county departments are wonderful. But, without the finance department being on top of everything, we'd be in a mess. And I've never known us to be. There's been years in the past when maybe sometimes the finance department didn't appreciate maybe some of the ways that we were looking at things. And I think that Sheila has shown that she's a very aggressive financial leader and that she wants to make sure that we're covering our CIP, and roads has been very important to her and their team. So, we're in pretty good hands, and this is one department I would not touch in any way, shape, or form. So continue as you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else before we adjourn for lunch? Well, she's concluded, and she's going to come back with departments after lunch, right, Sheila? Okay. All right. So
Yes.
is it scheduled as 1:30?
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I guess that's a yes. All right.
Yes.
We're in recess until 1:30. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Today's a very exciting day as we're going through the proposed budget for 2024. And we finished the overview this morning, and now we're ready to jump into department by department. I'll turn things over to Sheila McLean, who is our CFO. Ma'am?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, County Administrator and County Attorney and citizens of Manatee County and departments that are here to present as well. Thank you for being here today. This afternoon, we will be presenting this first part of the department's budgets and their programs. We have identified, because there is 14 departments, we had to break them into 2 work sessions. Today we'll be looking at the 7 of them, and then on the afternoon of Monday, the 12th, we will be identifying and going over the last ones, which are the largest ones, not the major ones, but the largest ones of all the departments. To start this presentation, and I know that you have looked at this in our brief briefing this morning. We talked about how we were going to break the portions of the budget for better understanding to go along. The very first 2 lines that you see here in this chart are the ones that we will be discussing. In the other county-funded programs, there's the judicial programs are included in there. Because we will take those out of that, and we will be discussing them on Monday with the constitutional officers, which they will be presenting their own budget and defending their own requests in the morning of the 12th. The total department's budgets that we will be discussing and the programs total $585,844,611. And we had provided the decision summary book, and it's also on the website, as we have noted. This one actually talks about each one of the departments in detail, and it explains what has the documents for the decision unit summaries. And I would like to talk a little bit about what's inside there as we go along and give you a little bit of a background of how to go searching into each one of those documents, specifically this one that you're seeing up front. As we mentioned before, there are 14 departments, and within each one, there's a total of 67 programs. And inside it, there, each one of the programs, we break it in based on levels of service. That is the type of budget, how we break out the portions of the budget in our budget for better understanding. So inside the decision units, there's 3 different levels. There's the base, there's the continuation, and there's the desired. The base and continuation is inclusive of are the levels of service that are active budgets on the programs within each department, and those represent the base. Obviously represents the base. It's what it takes to open and turn on the lights on a department to move forward and provide services to the community. Continuation is anything that levels of services that are provided beyond that base. Base and continuation together are defined as their total budget before their, what I call the wish list, is anything new that they're adding to their budget. The desired decision units for this year total in their budget, the total an increase of $23.8 million with an additional into reserves of 8.1 for a total of $31.9 million of new requests into the budget. As we move into the operating budget, is comprised, of course, of all the 14 departments, which we will see the 7 that I just spoke before today, inclusive of Community and Veteran Services, Convention and Visitors Bureau, County Administration, County Attorney, followed by Financial Management, Human Resources, Natural Resources, and Sports and Leisure. Those are the ones that we will be looking at today. The other ones are on the afternoon of the 12th. The other county-funded programs are itemized in here. The courts and judicial systems, once again, I mentioned we will be looking at those on the afternoon of on the morning of the 12th, when the constitutional officers comes as well. We will be itemizing, going through each one of them: economic development, general government, other community services, healthcare programs, the miscellaneous programs that we also fund, nonprofit agencies, and other community services funding sources. When we look at an overview of the department's budgets, the total of the department's budgets total $538 million, and $4.5 million of their new requests have not been recommended for funding. And other $6.1 million was placed in reserves because these are programs that are still being itemized. They are still being resolved with some plan or some forward. So until they bring them back to the board with some sort of itemization and discussion with the board, we will not bring them out of that reserve for set-asides that I spoke prior in our briefing this morning. Of these total desires, there are non-recurring costs of $5.2 million and recurring desire of $14.7 million. Again, these are the new desires. To give you a little bit of more back of kind of like a walkthrough and of what the documents that we're about to see. This is what we call the decision unit summary. Per each department, each program has their own decision unit summary. And so on these pages, you will see right now we are on version recommended, which is what you would see above on that version RC. Then you were also, because we're working on 2 biennial cycles, right now we are going through the 24, but in the books on the publications that we presented, you will see also the portions of the reports that are 25 planned. Moving forward, this one will tell you the program and the department that we are in, and it will itemize from 1 to whatever number, the levels of service from base, from the bottom, moving up to continuation, moving up to all the desireds. It'll also show you what the funded portion is and what the unfunded portion is, and if it's associated with any positions, it also refers to the position count. At the very end of every program, you will see the total cost of that program as it relates to that department, includes and broken apart in each one of the levels of service, and the total amount of positions that that program is funding. With that said, it's necessary to explain a little bit about how does the commissioner go about to identify those items that if the department did not receive funding for an item, if a commissioner wishes to make that an initiative and bring it back into the budget, we have a pulling process. It's called the pulling process because you can now pull the item for more consideration for us to come back and find the funding for it if that's the wish. The only thing that needs to happen on this pulling process is that the commissioner that requests the pulling has to find a person that will second for it to be pulled. Then on the budget reconciliation, when we come back in July, I will bring back the how did we work out the balancing of the budget to make this initiative be funded. With that said, and I want to, before we go into the departments, I wanted to, as part of the handouts, I also gave this legal paper over here, and it's also published. It shows in base and continuation the most important expenditure items by department that we have in the budget, whether it's contractual services, the heavy hitter, whether it's professional services, travel, software support, software. These are the ones that are, and of course the salaries, which represent 35% of the total budget of the departments. It's for more information. Now, with that said, I'm going to start introducing the departments that are going to be graciously presenting their budgets. We start with Community and Veteran Services. Community and Veteran Services has 7 programs. Their total budget is 14.4.
Sheila, before we get too far, Commissioner Cruz is confused.
I just want to ask you a general question before you think it's about a particular department. Throughout your presentation, this 92-page one here, it talks a lot I'm not going to say in detail, but at least line by line on the desired requests for going forward, new personnel and other things. But it lists base and it lists continuation. I know what those are. Base is the absolute bare minimum we have to provide. Continuation is what we did last year and previous years. It's the continued service. But it doesn't list, I can't find any place, and I've looked around the rest of the website, so maybe you can just point me to the right place. I can't find any place that breaks out the continuation. I get what base is. That's the absolute bare minimum, keep the lights on. Continuation, though, in theory, nobody wants to cut any service anywhere, but if we're not even going to have a place that lists what that continuation means, then we're effectively calling that base now as well, because none of us have the ability to say, well, maybe we can use one less person there, maybe we can adjust this here to account for a pull item or something else relative to a budget. So is there any place where I can find a line by line or at least a bigger summary of the continuation numbers?
We can provide that report per department of what their continuation line by line is. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. In the meantime, I have, of course, itemized the continuation dollars. I can provide, if you wanted, line by line, what it is, the nature of the expense inside the continuation. I can do that as well.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, nobody wants to cut the services. Just the way this is presented, it's basically our option of pulling or not, or accepting or declining anything is strictly on the desired level. The base and the continuation are effectively being presented as these are status quo. You're not touching these, so it basically makes them all base without our ability to make any modifications if this is truly a zero, budget kind of process here.
And that's a very good point. Continuation on, just to put it out there, if you were to make the necessary cuts, continuation would be, the level that you would start peeling off. Not saying that, that's necessary, but just saying that would be the best. That's why we separated, and that's a very good comparison that we separated off of the base, so that you understand continuation will be the next step where you can start doing the cuts. But I will have my team provide you, all of you, the itemized, all that it's entailed inside continuation. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, and with that said, I leave you with Tracy Adams. She's the Deputy Director of Community and Veteran Services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you, Sheila. Good afternoon, Mr. Washington and Mr. Clegg. So I'm going to go through the Community and Veteran Services desired decision units with you. The first that we have is in our Neighborhood Connections division, and it is funding being requested to begin a Neighborhood Ambassador program. This would be...
Would it be possible for Tracy to come up here so that we can look at the bigger screen and her at the same time? We can't see that. We can't see that screen on the back wall.
So I had, yeah, well, this year for the first time we didn't print the books for, savings of the cost of the books, but we had sent them online, and we had sent the memory, the USB with the full documents for it to be downloaded in your iPads, and you can look at them. So I can get you a book if you would like, Commissioner. You go ahead.
Okay. Hello again. Tracy Adams.
Sorry,
Deputy
Tracy,
Director,
they're very
CPS.
high maintenance around here, but I
It's
think
okay.
we're good now.
It's all right. So the first desired decision unit is in our Neighborhood Connections division, and that is for a Neighborhood Ambassador program. That will be a program offered to the citizens of Manatee County to give them a better understanding of how our government works and the programs that we have. It will be offered as a hybrid program, so it can be in person or it can be virtual online. The $5,000 request is to house the online component of that program. Our second desired decision unit is also from Neighborhood Connections Division, and then that is an increase in our neighborhood enhancement grants. You should all be familiar with those grants, which offer communities throughout the county up to $10,000 match to enhance their community, whether it be to landscaping or their front entry, anything like that. So we have asked for an increase in that budget. As the county grows, so do the applications for those programs. So at this point for this fiscal year, we have about $4,000 left, and we probably will have to recommend a few applications to be deferred to October. So we are confident that the additional funds will be utilized. And our third is in our Veteran Services Division, and we are desiring to have 2 additional Veteran Services counselors. The increase in traffic to that office, both with walk-ins, appointments, phone calls, has increased drastically, especially since, and I have to read this, the law changed in September of last year of the PACT Act, which has opened services up to more veterans. And so the wait time for appointments has gotten longer. The ability to engage with the community is starting to shrink a little bit. And if we could have 2 more counselors on board, then we can reach more veterans in a more timely manner. Our next one is with library services, and it is for an assistant librarian in the outreach and community engagement program. Currently, there is 1 librarian, and they have done a fantastic job to increase the books by mail program for homebound citizens who want to utilize library services. They are currently at capacity. With a library assistant, they can expand that program and look at other outreach efforts such as Books on Wheels, so like a bookmobile. Next is also library services, and it is for 2 collection development librarians. These positions would be responsible to manage all materials for the library. There currently is not, there are not positions that are truly dedicated just to this function. So they feel with the capacity of 6 libraries, soon to be 7, that 2 librarians in this department of that division would be acceptable. The next is the library services again, and it is for an assistant to department head in library programming. So there are 5 departments within the library services division, and this is the programming is the only department that does not have an assistant to it. So to bring it on board and in line with the rest of the departments, it is being desired to add the assistant. The next is libraries again, and it is asking for funding for an annual refresh. So because the libraries are utilized by the public frequently, there's wear and tear on furniture, just the paint needs updoing, and there isn't really a budget to do that. So they're requesting a budget in order to refresh the libraries, and it would be done on a rotating basis. And the next one is also library services. And this is for materials, just an increased budget in the materials. That includes books, digital, magazines, newspapers, just the cost of living has gone up, as has the cost of items to purchase for the libraries. Currently, they spend approximately $1.87 per person on the items that they purchase. The increase would raise that to $2.14, which still comes over the state of Florida average for a county this size, which is $2.53. So we would still be coming under the average. And our last desired unit is actually in my area. We have an aging and eligibility. So we have a variety of eligibility programs for citizens, and currently we are not paperless. So we have a paper file on every person that we help with their application, their eligibility documents, and we would like to bring in a temp. This would be a one-time cost, and bring in a temp to get the files scanned, and then we will start going paperless moving forward. We will just automatically scan, but we need some help getting caught up to be able to start that process. And those are all of them for CBS.
Tracy, what does the library system have in reserves?
I'm going to defer to either Mr. Washington or Mr. Graff with the libraries as to what their reserves are.
Okay.
Library reserves.
Oh. On Wednesday, the afternoon, we will be going through each one of those funding sources. You can see their revenue sources, their reserves. How is it tied in the expenditure to the uses, the departments? You can see the department, everything as a whole, down the line.
So you don't know?
Well, I do. I gave you
Yeah, I thought we
the
saw it earlier.
sheets. The summary on the first presentation, I gave you that.
8.7 million.
0.7 in reserves. And then your total asks this year
8.7.
for additional costs are 663. $8.7, 663. Okay, Commissioner Bearden.
My question is in regards to the veteran service counselors. Currently, right now, if a veteran wants to come in and get services or figure out, you be able to apply for benefits, how long is it taking that veteran to get an appointment?
So right now, we are at a couple of weeks out, 4 to 6 weeks out from an appointment.
4 to 6 weeks? Okay. So, and there's no reason why a veteran should be waiting 4 to 6 weeks to get any type of services that he needs. Bringing these two on board, what are we estimating the wait time to be?
So once everyone is, and I'll let Mr. Washington jump in.
So once the counselors are actually trained, Commissioner, we're looking going back at about 4 to 5 days. We are fortunate to have some provisions in place to file what's called an intent to file, so it does save the date of claim for the veteran. But before the VA made the decision back in August to approve those 22 additional presumptive conditions, as well as the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, where veterans can now sue the federal government, that's where the running time was, 3 to 5 business days.
Okay. Thank you. So I believe that's, in my opinion, a much needed line item there. As far as documents go, we spoke about these documents that you're scanning. What are we spending on these particular documents currently right now? Do you know the number to that estimated?
Well, what we're spending, so what it is we would just be spending staff time to catalog them and then take up space in storage because we have to store them for a certain amount of time. So it's not so much an expense as a space issue as to where to house all of these files.
So a time issue to scan all the documents and do everything currently right now.
Right.
So us being able to go to this other avenue of, I guess it's a platform that we're utilizing.
It will be, and what we would like is a temp to come in. It's a one-time expense to get the backlog that we haven't sent to storage yet into a system that will be created, and then we will move forward, always scanning things
Got
in,
it.
so we won't have a paper file.
What are you estimating that the cost savings would be in regards to not having to scan or to be able to use paper
No, I don't know a
documents?
dollar amount, but again, it's going to be time. It will allow more clients to be able to be seen if we're not spending time dealing with the papers, so we can deal with clients. So we might be able to, for every, let's say, if we're scanning now, for every 2 clients we see, we might be able to see 3, maybe 4, just depending on their case and what the difficulties of it.
So do you know what the estimated hours a month that you're currently spending on that and how many personnel it's taking to do that?
Probably about, if I had to average it and all of that, probably for those programs that we're talking about with the scanning, probably about 15 hours a month. That includes 3 staff people.
So 45 hours. What are we paying those staff people in out? Do you know?
A variety of,
of
yes, they're
fees,
different.
okay.
They're different levels of staff.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thanks.
Any other questions? You done? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Tracy. Moving forward, we have our Convention and Visitors Bureau. They have 3 programs for a total budget of 15.8, and I have Elliot Falchon, Director of Community and Veteran Services, to present.
Sorry, Commissioner Satcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheila, just going back to what we used to call I think we used to call it finding a buddy, where you had to have someone, if you wanted to pull something. The correct procedure on that is to be doing that. Now we're having that. What's the deadline on pulling something, one of these line items? Do you know?
Well, it has to be done, it has to be polled while you have the other members of the board with you to be able to pull it, because then you need a second motion, a second to be able to pull it.
So she just presented those things. If there was something that I wanted to pull from that, is right now here today?
Yes.
I mean, I I guess this goes along with yesterday. I just want a heightened level of comfort with our library system before I'm doing too much raising of budget in that department. So, I would like to pull those at this point, I guess, if this is the time.
County Administrator?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make the board aware, the ask from the library system, with the opening of the Lakewood Ranch Library, it would put the library system here in Manatee County at 56% of the state standard. So the ask from the libraries are just trying to move the needle to continue the work the board has presented. So I do appreciate the commissioner's concern. To make one note on DU4, as the county administrator, I did flag one of those development services librarians to be pulled. Based on what the board's desire is to change the makeup of the advisory committee to include development, I think that we could get away with just having one of those development librarians at this time.
So, yeah, I appreciate that, and I understand. I believe I understand what you're saying, but I just, the overall, I don't have a level of comfort yet with that department. I want it. I want to have that level of comfort, regardless of where the rest of the state is or where their funding is. So, and I don't think it's one of those things I can't get. It's not impossible. If I can get some information that there's a particular way we were going and we are going, instead of pursuing that, we're going to neutral, then that concern would be alleviated. But at this point, I still have that concern. So when I see any increase, I'm not comfortable with it. So I still would like to pull those items at this time if anyone is willing to agree with me on that.
So specifically, which items do you want to pull, sir? Which lines?
Just all the ones that are increases in library.
Okay, like any annual refresh for fixtures and equipment?
So, and one of the things that, as you stepped out, I was clearing up is that, pull-in is today or tomorrow, so I kind of have to make the decision pretty quickly. So that's why I just said all. Let's see, refresh. Let's leave refresh, but I do number 7, and then number 5, and number 4, and number 3. I would like to pull.
Okay, so Commissioner Satcher would like to pull items from the library budget. He would like to pull items 7, 5, 4, and 3. Is there anyone who wants to second that at this? Well, real, I got lots of people on the board.
Okay.
Is there anyone at this time who would like to second his motion to pull things, to pull those items?
Second for discussion.
Okay, so she'll second for discussion. Commissioner Satcher, the floor is still yours.
And thank you for that. Yeah, and I just wanted for commissioners, this is the first time going through the budget process. Last year, I think a lot of the things that got pulled ended up with the commissioners coming to a point where we were okay with it or to some type of compromise position. So I'm not saying, this is just pulling it, saying that I want to hear more about this before I personally vote in favor of it. I'm not saying that I'm 100% against and going to stay against forever.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that clarification. So then we have Cruz, Baugh, and Ballard on the board. Commissioner Cruz.
I just want to point out, because the chairman asked the question before about how big our reserves were on the library. One of the reasons the library reserve is so big is we have a dedicated millage for the library. These aren't dollars that are coming out of general funds that can be used on some niceties in other parts of the county if we don't fund these. These are dollars that are collected during the tax collection process to be used exclusively for the library, which is why we have an ever-increasing reserve for the library, because we're not spending the dollars, which is why we're at 50-something% of state standard. So if anything, we're massively underfunding the library. I hear what you're saying about your concern, but one, if your concerns are valid and the processes that are being requested are made, we're going to need more staff, not less staff. In that, you're starting to ask them to reassign everything in the library and assess all of the materials. So strangling them and holding back staff while we have a new library opening within months, an expansion of a library in District 1 forthcoming in fiscal year 2025, to say that other than refreshing 25 grand worth of chairs, we're going to withhold positions just to kind of like end the library over time. It just doesn't make logical sense. I mean, you could still get what you want with the employment that's being requested because it's still massively understaffed. And we have no other use for this money. So it's not like we're taking the $400,000 and going to build a pickleball court with it. It's just going to sit in reserves and be unfunded with less service to the citizens who are still paying it because it's part of the millage.
Pickleball being far more popular than libraries. Commissioner Ball, you're up next, ma'am.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and try to argue with commissioners on what is right and what is wrong. It doesn't. The only reason I seconded this is because I understand where Commissioner Satcher is coming from, and he and I feel the same. We've wasted a lot of time already trying to move forward, and for some reason, sometimes, you know, you can't help but feel like whatever the board says is just not important. You know, we're just, you know, I mean, that's really... So, you know, my concern is not to slow the library down, but it would be nice to feel that it doesn't take an arm and a leg in 6 months to make the changes or to come forward and try to come up with a plan that is acceptable to this board for the new library that is supposed to open in September of this year. You know, we need a policy. That's right. We need a new policy on how to move forward. So, you know, what this board does, you'll live with it. It's up to y'all. But, you know, I understand where my fellow commissioner's coming from. I do agree with him. It's very concerning. I brought it up yesterday because I knew it was going to be a problem because we're working on the budget. So, you know, now I'm told, well, you know, it's going to be after recess before we can get anything back. You know, well, we brought it up in February, but we didn't vote until April. So now I'm, you know, I guess it's going to be October, November before anything. Well, gee, by then the library's open. So I understand where Commissioner Satcher's coming from. I don't want to hinder the library from getting what it needs to be able to open for the public and our children that will be using this library, but I would ask and expect things to move a little bit quicker than what it's done. I, for one, you know, I don't want a library that does some of the things that we've done in the past. I don't want it to be woke. I want it to be good education, be educational for our children, and for the adults to be able to have the materials that they want, but I want it done with respect on an image for Manatee County that we would want to have people see. I think Hillsborough, which, you know, it's kind of funny if you think about it, because Hillsborough has really been a much more liberal county than Manatee County for years, and yet they've already done everything and made the changes, and it's moving forward. So I find that kind of odd. But anyway, Commissioner Satcher, thank you for your concern. I don't think we need to stop it necessarily because it is going to move forward. We know it needs to. But I think that the administration needs to understand that we want it sooner than later, a new policy that is set up by this board that we feel we can live with, that is good for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ballard.
So I agree with the concerns that Commissioner Satcher has, that Commissioner Ball has. I want our libraries to be a politically neutral space where everybody, regardless of their point of view, can feel comfortable. And I want our kids not to be able to rent materials that their parents are not comfortable with. That being said, my concern would be that I guess it's really more of a question. If we potentially hold back these funds, is that going to slow down the opening of the library in September and, you know, reduce services for people in our community?
Commissioner Satcher, then Bearden. Commissioner Satcher, then Commissioner Ron. Or sorry, Commissioner Bearden, then Commissioner Ron.
I miss it. How much do we have in our reserves currently?
8.7.
8.7 million. Regarding those reserves, how are those reserves allocated? Is that to build libraries, or is that just for the service within the library itself?
So is it for operating or just capital, Madam CFO?
Just for operating, there's a millage designated for the libraries of 0.2475, and it all goes for libraries
For operations.
operations.
And so usually are we utilizing 50% of that a year? Is that like, what's the goal to, or is it just, how are we coming up with these numbers on what's being utilized within our funding?
Yeah.
So the department sets their budgets based on their needs. There's 7 libraries all over the county that have staffing needs and other operational cost needs. For the library in its totality, their total budget is $9.9 million. That should cover all the libraries all over the county. This 8.2 reserves, it's already contemplating that $600,000 increase in these funded items. Now, if Commissioner Satcher wishes to unfund these items with, in partner with another commissioner, then we will bring it back and that reserve will increase. To Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, yes, we can use some of those funds to help assist the capital improvement plan as long as it is for libraries, which we have funded some of that with the East County Library project.
You have any further questions, sir?
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners Ron, Satcher, and Baugh. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we're confusing here is policy versus budget. We have a policy. I agree with Commissioner Satcher, of course, and Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Bond and Van Ostenbridge and Cruz and everybody and Commissioner Bearden that, we should have some type of, policy set for, access, books, that type of stuff for kids and everything like that. I believe in protecting our children. But I think we're just confusing the two. I mean, this is a millage that comes out, so it's not coming out of general funds to support these things. And if we pull them out, I mean, I don't want to be holding the library system hostage until they come up with a policy. I don't think that's the right thing to do. The funds are already coming out of a millage. They're already there. Let's give them the people they need, and let's come back and put our policy together that we all want. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And keep in mind, this is not some outside organization. It's your library. I mean, you're withholding your own funds from your own library over your own policy. So, Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So for me, though, because what they're asking about is positions, is staff. Now, let me be clear. I am not interested in any member of staff of 2,000 employees on a professional level. I am not interested in their politics. That's not my job. That's wrong for us to make decisions based on someone's politics, and so I don't want to do that ever. I am interested in, are we hiring people that do not agree with that? In other words, are people applying or hiring, getting hired, and their purpose and their point and their goal is to advance an agenda? That is what concerns me. I hope that's not true. I'm practically begging to hear news, something that is in writing, that is set up, that can put this to bed for me, to put this to rest, a policy from the administration, or we can write a policy that says our libraries are not in the business of pushing an agenda, especially on children. We are not here to work against parents, but with parents. And we are not trying to keep things or information away from parents. We want to get them the information they need on what their children have access and are getting while they're in the library. It just doesn't seem like that big of an ask. And so when we're talking about staff, that's people's lives. So I would hope that anyone coming in would understand that. And anyone getting hired would understand that if you're coming to work here, you don't need to come to work here thinking, I'm going to figure out how to get this, sneak this in. I'm going to put pamphlets over here in the corner, and when nobody's looking, I'm going to stick up a big display, and I'm going to spend as much money as I can on my particular political beliefs and getting them out, especially to children. That shouldn't be what we're doing. I hope it's not what we're doing. However, I have seen evidence that might be part of what's going on. I want to hear either a policy passed by this board or put in place by the administration that can say that is not what we're going to do, and we aren't going to do that in the future, and we're not hiring people that have that mindset. They need to know coming in that is not their role in our library system. So I don't want to fund new positions that could literally get here and 2 months later find out, I'm completely at odds with the policy, procedure, and direction of the board that is running the county. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Baugh and Washington are next on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Sheila, we vote on the budget in September? Do we have an exact date in September?
Yes, first public hearing is on September the 12th, final public hearing on the 19th.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because, number one, the funds will be there one way or the other, because they have to be, because they're designated. Number two, we do have the reserves, so this really essentially will not really slow anything down, and the funds will still be there in September. So I think we're exaggerating somewhat that we're punishing anybody or doing anything other than trying to perhaps get the administration to move perhaps a little faster on trying to get a policy together to come to this board for us to vote on. So I think this is different than some of our other departments because the monies are designated. And Commissioner Cruz had a good point, which I do agree with on that. I just don't agree with that we have to do it today to make sure that they're still there, because they're not going to go anywhere. So I'm okay with waiting because it's not going to slow anything down. There's no reason why it would. In fact, we're pretty fortunate in that regard on this funding that we're looking at for the libraries. But I think the administration needs to understand that this board is serious and wants to see something, a plan that comes up, or we can call it a policy, whatever you want to call it, where things are done more for a family, to make sure that we're doing what we need to do. And I'm going to, go a step further here. This isn't about politics. I don't know why we keep talking about politics. I think I said it too. And it's not really about politics. It's a matter of decency. The image of Manatee County, what we believe our family units should be, and what we want to subject as an image of Manatee County as a whole. And that's really what this is. So I, for one, I'm okay with waiting. I don't think there's a rush. Nothing is going to be potentially put aside or slowed down or anything else. I'd say let's get a program together. Let's get a policy together, and have it ready as soon as the board comes back from recess. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Washington. Commissioner Bearden.
Is this considered a special meeting currently?
No, sir, it's a budget workshop.
Okay.
Commissioner Cruz or Ron? I don't know, you're both fidgeting with your cards.
Well,
Commissioner Cruz.
said her piece, ran. One, I mean, my definition of punishing is different than others. If what we're saying is we're going to intentionally withhold funds from somebody until they do something we want them to do, and if they don't do it, we're not going to give them money. I don't know what else you would call that. There is a timing issue, though, because most of this is associated with hiring, and as we see, whether it be a new administrator or any other position in this building, it takes a while to hire people. We do have a new library opening up soon, so wasting 3 months to hire, to start a process of hiring someone to ensure these funds are available doesn't make sense to me. Again, like I said, we dictate policy, so make up your policy and vote on it and move it forward. And then it's up to the staff to enact the policy as dictated by this board. It's not an if, it's a when, if it's the desire of the board to do so. So why hold staff hostage to do something that you haven't told them to do yet? Just tell them to do it. It seems like nobody wants to formally set up a policy and vote on it, but we expect staff just to read the tea leaves and do it independently so no one has to vote on it. I mean, at the end of the day, we need these people under any policy, whether it's the current policy, whether it's a future board policy, we need this staff. So, fund the staff so you can start hiring people for the staff. If the argument is there's a certain type of person we expect them to hire no matter what the policy is, then what difference does it make when they start that process? So I disagree that withholding this just because we have dedicated money. I mean, that goes for a lot of stuff in here. I mean, for that matter, why are we even having this discussion today? Why don't we wait till September and pass whatever other policies we want and see what's going on with the recession before we have any of these votes? I don't understand why this is seemingly uniquely different than every other line item in this entire budget, other than the fact that it's become a hot button thing and everyone wants to keep saying it's not political, but it obviously is political. And that's fine. This is a political organization here, so I don't expect it to be otherwise, but I don't see the point. I don't see the point of isolating out the library just to prove a point. If you have the ability to set policy, then set it. Do your job.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to interject real quick and sort of agree and say that I support the recommended policy changes and I support the path that Commissioner Ballard is on. And when she brings us something, I'll vote for it and support it. But in the meantime, I don't support making changes to the budget because we haven't passed a policy yet. That's on us, and we will. I know we will. I'm not worried about it. So, yeah. I have Ron and then Bearden. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I come back to this is policy versus budget. We're here in a budget workshop. If we want to set policy with the board, we can set policy. If we want to pull these two out, if someone else, we have a second for discussion, if somebody else wants to second it to remove it. My question is, if you pull those out and put them back in, they just go back into the reserve fund for the libraries. When we come back in September, we get our policy in place, we do all that stuff. You just bring them back up at that board meeting when we're finalizing the budget in September and say, okay, we're now bringing these back up. There's no special, anything has to happen to the budget. You just put them back in place.
What I could do is we can flag those to put them in a set-aside reserve until a final policy is brought forward. That's what actual set-asides are for items that are, have a designation but need further assistance to a plan or a pilot program or so forth.
Well, then again, so it's kind of one half, 6 dozen the other. I mean, we have the money there, it's there. We pull it down into reserves. We come up with this policy by September, and we put it back in. We put the positions back in. We know we're going to get to a policy on libraries here very shortly. I know that the county administrator seems to be very committed to getting that done. So, and Commissioner Ballard's getting what she's doing. I mean, we've instructed the county administrator to do it. So, I mean, do we put a timeline on it and say, do it in the next 60 days, do it in the next 30 days? I know Commissioner Ballard's working on her information to bring back and do what they want to do. We've added 4 more or 5 more people to the library board and all that kind of stuff. So positions are there. We should be appointing already. So I think all the wheels are in motion. I just don't want to have to, pull it down, put it back. Oh, let's pull this out. Let's pull this down, put it back. So again, it's a policy versus budget conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
I mean, my thing is that, obviously that's the reason why I asked for this special meeting, because I was going to make a motion to make this happen. I don't see why there would be any problem to make this policy, implement this policy by next week of Thursday on the 15th. I mean, how I mean, how difficult it is to create something that, to put all that together to ensure that we have the proper things in place and to be able to vote on that on the 15th of next week.
I think that's directed towards the county attorney, I would think.
Is that a question for me, sir?
Well, yeah, I mean, if Commissioner Ballard and I would assume that Commissioner Satcher would be wanting to get involved in that policy to ensure that the proper things are in place, could we get this done by the 15th?
No. No, I cannot do that with the capacity that's available in my office right now. And honestly, I don't write policy.
He's going to add another line to his budget.
Commissioners, please let me finish. I'm not comfortable being the author of policy. That isn't my role. I'm legal counsel to the board. I deal with legal issues. I can review them for whether they create legal risk for the county, whether they need clarification. But by that line of reasoning, I would be the one to rewrite the comprehensive plan and land development code, and that really isn't my role as your counsel. So respectfully, I would ask that start with the staff who have the expertise. I'll certainly make every effort to provide a speedy legal review of it. Absolutely, but I don't feel like I should be the author of it.
My thing is that we've been talking about this for how long, and we're still talking about creating this policy, and it's been till September, and I'm just like, well, I don't like to wait. I'm tired of waiting, and so I want to get this done now.
Right.
So whatever we need to do, I don't know what we need to do to speed up the process, but maybe we need to use our brain housing group to ensure that happens.
You think that he'll
Thank you, sir.
put me up on the list further?
Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, and then Commissioner Ballard.
Sorry for opening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, we make some solid points. It's a policy question and issue, and it doesn't have, if we have a lot of agreement here, then we can move forward with a policy when we're at a normal meeting that we can vote on. So, my thought now is, and mine's just going to be a blanket statement, like we exist to support parents and not to favor or advocate for a political or other position, something along those lines. But anyway, I'll come back with my thoughts on it. Hopefully I'll get a chance to run it by the county attorney and administrator between now and the next regularly scheduled meeting. And I think if anyone else wants to do that as well, then when we all get to a meeting, we can look at everyone's and, decide what we think. So that's where I'm at, is I can write a motion and we can vote for it and we can put it on a sign in each library, and everybody coming to work here can know that's kind of part of the deal. Is if you're here to become an Manatee County employed activist, it's probably not the job for you. But if you're here to help people find books and learn more information and expand their knowledge, then hey, come to work. We'd love to have you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm getting a lot of suggestions, a lot of ideas of what I supposedly had said that I was going to do. I never, ever before this point was tasked with, had the idea for a personnel policy. I think it's a great idea.
Are you volunteering to do the personnel policy?
This is the first time that this board has discussed a personnel policy for library staff. I think it's a great idea. I'm not saying that I don't think it's a great idea. I think it's awesome, but this is the first time that we haven't gotten, if I had known that this was something I was tasked with, I would have been on it. My suggestions were the expanding our library advisory board, changing our parental consent form, and providing labels for children's materials. This is a completely different discussion. I think it's a discussion that needs to be had. I think we should work on that policy, and I think that we should bring it forward with action at our next meeting on July 25th. But just to be clear, this is not something that we've discussed until today. I think it's a great idea. Let's move forward.
Could you bring that forward on July 25th to the board?
Yes, and apparently Commissioner Satcher will be doing so as well.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you. First of all, I think Amanda's hitting something on July the 25th. I was looking at her going, our meeting when we come back, our meeting when we come back. I think that's good, but I would say that, and I heard Bill say, well, we've got a full agenda. I don't care. This is an important topic. I think it would be great if the administration could come back, since they manage the libraries, they could come back with a policy to bring to us to look at in the July meeting when we first return, our first meeting, that we could look at and we can make changes if we need to or whatever. Get it to us before the meeting so every commissioner has a chance to read it, make whatever changes they want to see, whatever, to try and move this forward. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I understand that, the vote that we had before was really about increasing the number of people on the committee. And to me, that was only the first phase. That wasn't really going to change what I think this board has mentioned that we really are hoping for. But, I think it's plenty of time where we're not keeping anything from the budget. Everything is moving forward with the libraries. And trust me, everybody's talking about the library. It's not going to be time. First of all, Commissioner Cruz, I like a lot of ideas that you come up with, but I totally disagree, about, your thoughts on this. I just don't agree. We're not keeping money from anywhere. We're not doing anything. Things are still going to be moving forward. The purpose of it is to hopefully get something brought back to this board so that we're not wasting more time. Because it looks like to me what we're doing basically is, we might have something by September. Well, that's not going to work. So, this isn't rocket science here. I mean, get something together, bring it to our board, send it to us before we come back. Let us look at it and see if there's any changes that we need to take. I don't think that's asking too awfully much of the administration. After all, they've had since February to be thinking about this, really, because it was mentioned in February at the first time. So let's go ahead and see what the administration comes up with on this. I think this is an important issue, one of the most important. Again, it's our library, and we're getting ready to open. We need to get this taken care of. We have a lot of children that's going to be coming to our libraries this summer. It needs to be done. So I'm hoping that the interim administrator will be willing to help us with that while we're on recess. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the interim county administrator, I'm going to say this. Let's stop pussyfooting around and speak to something. The Library Services has policies. The board just disagrees on how they're applied. So, I will work with the county attorney's office to come up with a policy that will work for this board's appetite, not just for the libraries, but for all staff, because it is political, and we do understand the environment in which we find ourselves. But what I cannot stand for is for certain individuals to target specific individuals in our community because of emails they've gotten, phone calls they've gotten, their religious beliefs, and otherwise. But as the interim county administrator, I will continue to do the best job that I possibly can to protect staff and to move this county forward. So I will work with the county attorney's office to get us to where we need to be, but I think it's time to move on. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Madam CFO?
Chairman, if I may, I just want to put one point of notice in there that the library did receive their large influx of dollars and positions to start the library this year on September 23rd. These are just additional recurring items that they need additional. To to make a little bit of more, and just to clarify in my head, and I apologize if I just want to make sure the desire of the board is to unfund these items, place them in a special reserve until a policy comes forward. And if that's the case,
So we can't vote on it because we're in a workshop, but I believe this policy or the standard here is that if someone makes a motion to pull it, if there's a seconder, then
Correct.
it is pulled for the time being, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the policy. So we don't do a full vote. It's if Commissioner Satcher wanted to pull it, Commissioner Boss seconds that. Commissioner Satcher?
I mean, we're going to address the policy, sounds to me like, and that's my real concern.
that's
I mean,
my feeling.
Commissioner Cruz made a good point. That's the real concern. So I would like to just take away my motion to pull it.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it in there, and we're gonna put the onus on ourselves to address the policy sooner than later.
And I was going to stand with my commissioner, but if he wants to remove it, it's fine with me.
Okay, so that's where we are for libraries. Should we bring up Elliot next?
Yes.
Come on down, Elliot.
Convention
You're the next
visitors
contestant.
All right. And with further ado, Elliot Fulsham.
Going to give Sheila a break.
Sir, we're ready,
Ready,
for you.
Mr. Chair? Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to echo Commissioner Baugh's compliment of Sheila and her team. You all know I'm not the smartest guy you've met, but between Sheila and her team and Jane Roberts, 30 years plus in the government, and Dana Burns with the support of Mr. Washington, I'm here and I feel confident to present to you a few desired units. Let me preface, some of you have known me, I'm a fiscal conservative. Let me also preface, I'm not a marketing guy. I'm a manager. And we're blessed to have a lot of talented marketing individuals working for this community for the greater good of stimulating the economy with new dollars. The first desired unit that we have is, as you all know, we're the fastest growing airport in the United States for the past 2 years. That comes with marketing incentive dollars. On average, you know, when we're negotiating a new nonstop flight, we'll give that airline 2 years of incentive monies to help push out that new nonstop brand. And then what happens when that incentive expires? You still have a new market that is what I call immature in regards to brand awareness. So that's the meeting. That's one of the meetings of asking for additional marketing dollars to continue to penetrate our brand elements in those new markets. I stand here today before you all to say this is the first time that I have requested additional marketing dollars for leisure visitors in over a decade, because I'm not a believer like you see a lot of tourism bureaus around the state of Florida. As the tourism tax increases, a percentage of that is allocated automatically to the marketing dollars. Never been a believer of that. I love the fixed marketing budget because my staff has to prove to me that I need to prove to you when it makes sense to put more equity into the marketplace. The other thing is inflation. We've lost a lot of buying power over the past several years because, quite candidly, digital advertising, traditional advertising has gone up. $500,000 a year for the next 2 years, that would be reoccurring, and we would continue to attack those new stop markets that make them mature. Some may say, well, you still have a line item allocated for airline marketing incentive dollars. That is correct. We still, while we're getting brand awareness into those immature markets, we still are negotiating with airlines to continue to add more destinations. And with that expansion of that terminal, adding 6 additional gates that'll open late 24, I can promise you more nonstop flights are coming no later than mid to late 24. It's not an if, it's a when. I believe in my heart you're going to see nonstop California flights here probably within a year, year and a half. It's all about aircraft and crew allocation, so stay tuned for that. That is desired unit number 1. Desired unit number 2 is sales and marketing. You all have blessed us in this community with the approval of the budget for the convention center expansion and renovation. This team that you're looking at needs to get that word out into target markets to bring the conventions in that I promised you that we would bring in. The first year would be $300,000. The second year would be $400,000. Feel real good about that. We got to make that investment to target areas like Washington, D.C., Tallahassee, Chicago, and on and on and on. Remember, that ROI for that convention center model that you approved is going to bring conservatively $24 to $26 million a year into the urban core and beyond. When you add more square footage, you have to have a little bit more full-time labor. If you really undermine my org chart, you'll find, with the utmost humility, we are the leanest tourism bureau you'll find in the state of Florida with the most responsibilities. The number one position we need out of the gate is a salesperson that'll work with the sales teams in the hospitality industry. That salesperson will be facilitating a lot of requests for proposals as well. That is the number one position that we need. The other ones are event related. An event supervisor. Keep in mind, all of the facilities that you have charged me to manage, the convention center, the Paul Crosley Estate, and Premier Sports Campus. When the doors are open, we have full-time staff there to supervise and serve the customers in our community and our guests that come into our community. Crosley, we went from 160 events to 190 events, and that's after you all approved rate adjustments. So the demand is there. You may see me come back again soon with another adjustment as well. So we're going to be adjusting our fee resolutions for all 3 venues. Event tech means full-time setup, tear down, cleanup type of personnel, and then custodian as well. It's pretty much easily said. Security cameras as well. It's meeting with Sheila, looking at the revenues coming in. The money's there. You still have monies in reserve. We are trending north on tourism tax collection in business. Still, we should be able to hit that $30 million revenue mark by the tail end of this calendar year. We'll let you all know when that happens so we can kind of strategize on what checker you want to move next. But I stand here confident to ask for this request, and I respect whatever decision you all made through the budget process. If you have any questions, I'm here. If not, I'll go away.
Yes, sir. So the order is Cruz, Ron, Ballard, Bearden.
So, Elliot, I guess my question is, for number 1 here, this airline nonstop market advertising, you kind of referred to it, at least for the sake of your narrative, as kind of the leisure tourism with nonstop. And you know this way better than me, so I'm just having you give me an answer for why it makes sense. We've got leisure tourism kind of like falling out of our ears here. I mean, you can't find a hotel room or a restaurant, any place. People know about Manatee. And I'm not saying it doesn't make sense to keep marketing for it. What I'm saying is we're about to put a lot of money into a convention center. And those big groups and industries book out like 3 years in advance, 5 years in advance. Do you feel on that line item number 2, and I know you're asking for an increase, do you feel you have sufficient dollars to really start blitzing? Like when I see nonstop airlines, I agree that's a great place to market, but I would think we should be looking for the equivalent to the Tampa Bay Business Journal and the Business Observers and the industry publications in those nonstop markets and advertising to the corporations and the industries. That's where we need to push because we've got the leisure travel. We do not have the corporate travel. So do you feel the $300,000 for that line item number 2 is sufficient to a point where we can expend the $500,000 to get more people out to Anna Maria that can't fit on Anna Maria?
Yes, thank you for the question. You speak tourism better than me, and I'm sincere when I say that. You're right in my wheelhouse. You know, where we're 10 pounds of sand in a 5-pound bucket is really late January, and now it's pushing to almost May 1st. that's where and we actually shift advertising equity kind of away from that. Not totally, because you have some annual buys. We really need to continue to push leisure during those non-peak or what we call shoulder seasons. So that's May 1st through the fall. Remember, the UK and Central Europe business is helping augment a drop-off in the domestic visitation, mainly August 1 through January 15th. So seasonality, this will help give us push. And a lot of the nonstop flights that are immature are Midwest and West. So it diversifies your influx of visitation. God forbid if a big storm, I think it was Tropical Storm Deborah years ago, and it wiped out Jersey and New York and Boston, that whole area shut down on the influx of visitation. When that happens again, you have an artery of Midwest and West still coming in. So I believe we're well diversed, and staff has told me that the $300,000 the first year, the $400,000 the second year to bring in meetings market is sufficient. However, with digital advertising, we will integrate some of those convention brand elements into the leisure for leisure executives that are coming here that say, oh, I didn't realize they have a convention center. Let me inquire and bring in my association tied to my business. So I hope I articulated that well enough. I feel really, really good about it. We'll stay fluid. And, we're led by Commissioner Satcher. We need to make sure that we're giving you all updates on that diversity between leisure, sports, international, and corporate. Corporate being only 5% right now of our business. I think in 2.5, 3 years, you're going to see that go 15, 16%. The sports is at 15%. I think that's going to peak out at 18, no more than 20%. There's only so many availability with the sports venues, working with Molly White, who's a rock star. But my job and I'll close at this, when the industry or the residents say, what's the toughest part of your job? It's number one, educating the residents, what we do, why we do, when we do it. And number two, balance. And that's that moderation of how do we bring in tourism at a moderate manner. Let's just say right now, February, March, it's tough like hell to be able to figure that out, while it enhances the quality of life for the residents in here, but feeds the community at the same time.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I'd like to congratulate Elliot. I'm getting there. Senior moment. Golly. I'd like to congratulate Elliot for, again, being appointed chair of the Airport Advisory Board. Well done, Elliot. Being chair again.
I took one for the
I
team.
had the opportunity to sit on the Citizens Advisory Board at the airport with Elliot, and the $500,000 for new airline marketing is warranted. The airport, anybody's invited. They're interesting meetings, but to watch what's happening at our airport here, I mean, we are growing leaps and bounds. And when he says that we will very shortly have nonstop to California, to Nevada, to Utah, to some other places like that. And this is where these dollars are well spent and going out there and capturing those markets, as well as, Elliot, we could share probably that at some point in the future that we might have a nonstop to Europe or somewhere like that. That's what they're focusing on. So I would fully support the $500,000 when it comes around. My question is on the sales manager person, is that $20,000 low? Is that a salary plus commission type job?
It's how Sheila's department allocates. A percentage of it will be allocated towards the convention center enterprise budget, and then a percentage to the CVB marketing department, because that salesperson will also help fill meeting space and other hotel properties around the community. So it's just an allocation thing. We still haven't. We're getting ready to submit some paperwork to Human Resources to kind of put a price tag on the job description.
So the 20 grand is just a placeholder?
Sheila, you want to?
The position is total 90,196. It's
Okay.
just split between funding sources, so you
Okay.
see the
Thank you very much. I
positions.
answered it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Elliot.
Thank you, sir. Ballard and then Bearden. Commissioner Ballard.
So actually, I had the exact same question as Commissioner Ron. I wasn't going to tell you how much to pay your people, but I was like, 20,000 seems pretty low.
Yeah. I had the same question a month ago.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are in regards to the marketing aspect of, your line items. The $500,000. How did you come up with that number?
It's a comfort level of what we have in reserves and how we're going to sprinkle it into those new markets. So basically, it's a $50,000 a year marketing allocation. It's going to be digital, so we're very targeted. We know that the airport is continuing to participate in marketing dollars, and I'm anticipating Visit Sarasota. They're going through administration transition. My counterpart retired after 24 years as of September. So it's a conservative, confident way of keeping brand awareness in that market with the best chance of not losing. You don't want to take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back.
Got it. So regarding, okay, so you had $500,000. Can we go back to where are we at here? Nope. Okay, we're good. New airline nonstop marketing advertising FY24, $500,000. Now, is that getting me a billboard a month in certain cities?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, can you break that down as far as what am I spending $500,000 on, not just on the digital aspect of it,
Yeah.
but give me a briefing in regards to where that money's going particularly.
Yeah, I'll be real candid. It's really the digital aspect. Almost 90% of what we buy in the marketplace is digital. So I may work for some I may hire some media platform company that can geo-target 3 cities in the Midwest all in one swing in certain platforms that align with our target demographic. So you say, well, who are you pointing to? I could tell you, women, age range of 40 to 65, undergrad or higher, household income of 125,000 or higher. The good news is, guess what we're getting? We're getting families, couples, and a household income that hits our county line at 122,000 household income. So the digital is very targeted, and then we see the analytics of the results of the buy that's very accurate. Okay?
So based on that 500,000, and we may have had this discussion before, but I can't really remember. What would be our visitor acquisition cost based on that? So for every visitor that's coming in, what are we spending to obtain that?
It's a great question.
Visitor?
For every dollar visit Florida spends, they get a return of $5. Okay. With humility, every dollar that we spend, because I asked the question a year ago, we're right around $8 in the return. Because we're bringing in that household income of 125,000 or higher, that's more likely to convert to a future real estate owner. Okay, but more so, our average length of stay is 5.2 nights. Commissioner Satcher, you just saw it in the research Monday at the TDC meeting. Guess what? The state average is 4.1. So we're getting all the attributes in front of that first-time visitor, and they're inclined to stay longer, and they're likely to return 94% of the time within 12 months of first-timer. The other intriguing statistic is we're bringing about 33 to 35% first-time visitors to the area. The best practices is about you want 25% or higher to know your brand's penetrating that market. So the team that I'm blessed to work with, it's effective. We just got, if you gave me $1 to cover a market, and now I have 10 markets, and you're only still giving me $1, now I got to sprinkle that, and then I'm going to be outpaced by our competitive set. So that's the meaning of the additional money. We're dealing with, we went from 12 nonstop flights in 2018 to 55 as I stand here today. So we're trying to cover a lot of markets. Texas is huge. We're going to lose the marketing incentive dollars in Houston and Austin. I think we all want to continue to see those nonstop flights come into SRQ, and Dallas is doing really, really well as well. So it's spread out well. Like I said, I'm real comfortable. Quite candidly, as someone in my position would probably ask for more, yes, sir. I'm a fiscal conservative, and we challenge our people to spend wisely, and we get the analytics to understand our return of our investment.
Okay. So based on, let's just talk about the nonstop flights. How are we measuring which places we would like to attack in regards to those nonstop flights in areas around the country?
Yeah, another good question. We've lost 2 nonstops since 2018. You have 2 years to really study the new nonstop flights while we're putting marketing incentive dollars into it. And I can show you a spreadsheet where it shows, I'll give you an example, my native Pittsburgh city. I could tell you that 33,000 Pittsburghers came to the Bradenton area last calendar year. What is their party side? What is the percentage of fly drive? What is their per person daily spend? And what is the economic impact in that region? So I can look at Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I can look at St. Louis. And if I had to pick my poison, I go right to that third-party research and see what's going to give me the best ROI with the best upside, if I have to pick my poison.
So, I mean, you pretty much know the numbers of new visitors that come in every year, correct?
It's freaky how drilled down that you can get, but we're blessed that you all budget for our research data for us. Remember, marketing is very artistic with a little bit of science, the science being the research. You have to know your target to be effective with your marketing dollars.
Got it. So, like, how many would you say, how many new visitors are we getting every year?
35% of the 3.7 million that came into Manatee County last year.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's you're basing that on
Third-party research.
$500,000 budget for the new airline stops, or is that the total budget that you're spending on
No,
marketing
the
in general?
$500,000 is just the immature markets that I call that are new nonstop markets that we don't want to prematurely walk away from, and then the airlines pull out of that market. Remember, airlines are so optimized these days. They'll take a flight that's making money and eliminate it to move it to a city that'll make a little bit more money. So you have to keep that trust with them, that partnership. And where we're blessed is, as much as we joke around, I think Commissioner Ron and I said, how do we annex SRQ into all Manatee County, having fun? But we're one of the odd airports where you actually have two CVBs providing incentive dollars, which doesn't happen in two parts of the United States.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, you know me, I'm all about spending marketing dollars because I know that it brings brand new customers or new revenue into the area. I just want to ensure that, we're spending it in the right places. So
I appreciate the questions.
I appreciate, you giving me those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anyone else on the board at this time. Well done, Elliot.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
And Commissioner Bearden, it's almost creepy how much Elliot knows about who comes here and when and how frequently. And
It could be a professional stalker.
Say I'm creepy.
yeah, I mean, if they don't spend the required, $400 per person per day, he greets them at the airport on their way out, to collect, get them by the ankles and get the last little bit. All right, Madam CFO.
Moving on to county administration, they have a total budget of $19.9 million with additional desired increase of $573,000. They have 10 new desired decision units.
Thank you, Sheila. So the decision units for county admin are just one position to add for staffing. All the others would be enhancements to our marketing plans, our special events, or just beefing up our software systems. So I'll go through line by line if you'd like, and just stop me along the way if you have questions, please. So the first is promotional special events for information outreach, just special events related to Fit Fest, Goblin Gathering, and Night Before Christmas. These actual FTEs in this position has actually been moved over to sports and leisure, but the funds to enhance those promotion of those items are still be needed. We've been having great turnout over the last few years, and obviously with the population growing, we're just asking for a few more dollars to make that more impactful as well. The next, we have county admin special events. Again, you're talking about ribbon cuttings and things like that. It's just enhancing the actual program to ensure that we can kick these off properly. Grand openings, ribbon cuttings, and other countywide events, $88,000. Not a large ask for that. That also is being moved over to sports and leisure to assist with that. Continuing education, again, we're big on training here in Manatee County. We do a lot internally with our HR staff, but there are times in which the community may offer some special trainings related to our information outreach, best practices, marketing, so on and so forth. So we'd like to ask for that $16,000 to assist staff in attending some of those trainings. Video equipment, again, we do a lot with our videographer, Casey and his team. We're always asking them to do something spur of the moment. And as you know, technology does change overnight sometimes. So we're asking for additional monies in the budget to stay current with that. Our next item, on-base upgrade for FY24. I am not, as a county administrator, recommending that we do that. That has not passed muster with our ITS team right now. We're currently doing an upgrade to on-base. It does not limit us with some of the other modules that we will be asking for the on-base upgrade related to HR and just overall enhancements that we currently use the systems for. But right now, ITS is not on board with allowing us going to a cloud base with an enterprise system such as on-base right now at this time. So we expect to have more conversations related to that along with the on-base staff to see if that's really the direction we'd like to go. Agenda Phase 3, this is one of the upgrades that we'd like to see. As you can see, the cost for that is about $48,000. It gives us a more robust use for voting client, agenda management, and also minutes. So we're asking that we do that. Obviously, you folks sitting on the dais are well aware of the shortfalls that we have with our current system. E-signature, again, another enhancement to the on-base system. Pretty straightforward with the ask on that. The on-base work order system, desired unit number 6, I have asked that we put a hold on that. We're currently using Sharewell with ITS as well as property management, and just not sure exactly how that's going to be implemented if we try to switch gears midstream if we've already purchased licensing and a platform to use for our work order system. So we may be coming back to the board at a later date deciding that we'll want to go with an on-base work order system, but right now I don't feel comfortable that we should be doing that. And the one position that I did speak to, with the county growing as fast as it currently is, we're seeing an uptick of about 25% in our mail coming into the building and then being dispersed around the county. So we're asking that we add another FTE to help get that mail out in a timely fashion. And lastly, the overall on-base HR module. This will help the HR department, whether we outsource it or not, keep personnel files, along with processings of paperwork, application review, policy acknowledgement, and so forth. So we're asking for the $130,000 to allow that on-base upgrade to happen so that we're into the 21st century. Any questions for me?
Commissioner Cruz. Oh, I thought you grabbed your card. I apologize. You did an exceptional job, and there are no questions. Should we? Well.
Just this is more out of curiosity. I thought this would be more of an IT thing, but maybe it is. Maybe it's. So the on-base upgrade that you're saying we're going to hold off on, and you mentioned cloud. Does that have to do with the fact that I have to be standing in like a 10 square foot square with my iPad to be able to actually log into on-base in this county? Like, I was told that we're upgrading it and fixing it so that we can log in from home. We can log in from a meeting outside of a county building to look up an agenda or discuss something with somebody. Right now, you have to be logged into the network. Is that the upgrade you're saying we're holding off on, or is that different?
No, it's not, Commissioner.
Okay, as long as it's not, then that's fine.
Okay, anyone else? All right, well done. It's 3 o'clock. Should we take our regularly scheduled 10-minute recess? Okay, we're going to do that then. We're in recess for 10 minutes.
Oh, wait. Oh, county attorney's up next. Oh.
Everybody time. All right, welcome back, everyone. So as we zip right along here, we're on to the county attorney's budget, long-awaited item of the day. Madam CFO, do you want to introduce this item?
Yes, the county attorney has two programs with a total budget of $18.9 million. And with further ado, we have our county attorney, Bill Clegg, to speak briefly about.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I think it's worth clarifying that 18 million is not the operational cost of the office. That includes I guess you're also including the funding of the risk management fund?
Yes, it includes
Yeah,
both
which is a
programs as
considerable
well.
amount of money that's kept in that fund to cover the county's liabilities. We are, in my view, and you look at the numbers on the screen there, one of the smaller offices or departments in the county, but we are, as you all know, involved in a lot. And the reality is that a lot of stuff has to come through us in one way or another before things happen. So we don't really control a level of service the way other departments do. That's really client controlled. We have to do the work that the county needs done on the legal front. Some of that is discretionary and comes from the board, but a lot of it is mandatory. It's everything from public records to labor law issues to land use matters that are coming before the board. I mean, you name it, we have to deal with it. And then there's litigation. I mean, I get a report every month of how many cases are being actively litigated by lawyers in the office. This month it's 67. And we either litigate that in-house or we hire outside firms, which is not cheap in this market. Or we default. I mean, there really isn't a third option. We either litigate it in-house or we hire out for it, because we are almost invariably on the defense side. Some of those cases are car accidents, slip and falls, but some of them are much more complicated than that. They're commercial or they're land use or they're regulatory. So those needs are going to be there. And so when we talk about asks, we are talking about asks that are things that we feel are needed in order to meet the legal demands of the organization, Manatee County government. We have two. One of them is we are asking for another position. It is a legal assistant position. It is not another lawyer. The board gave us another lawyer last year in the budget. We went from 9 to 10. So that is actually, the legal assistant is one of our less expensive positions in the office. But we are also asking for some additional money to be able to deal with salaries. And I'll just be upfront with you. We did an HR study through HR in April. They looked at our ranges and concluded that we were below market in 5 of the 7 categories of employees we have. I personally think the numbers in that study were artificially low in the assessment of the market because they looked at other governments of similar size. I don't compete with just other governments of similar size to hire people and retain people. About 80% of the people in my office, possibly more, I haven't run the numbers in a while, are people with substantial private sector experience. And they didn't even look at the private sector. I mean, the private sector right now they've just been going great guns for the last couple of years in the legal market. So my concern is that we are at risk of falling behind just being on the average level of compensation for government law offices in the area. And it's my job to tell you, that I can't let that happen, unless the board insists that I do, because we will find it more difficult to hire and retain people. So that's why we're asking for some additional money. I don't just spend money down to zero anytime the board gives it to me. I don't do that. So if we do get this money from the board, then whatever decisions we make will be data-driven. I'm fine with reporting back to each of you about how that's applied so that you have a comfort level that we're not just handing out raises to people, that we're doing what we need to do to adjust our pay ranges to stay in the average for law offices in the area. But I'll give you an example. I lost an excellent attorney a couple of years ago to Pinellas County. They will hire people away from here in those bigger counties to the north and the south. And if I'm going to keep good people that can do this work, I just need to be, I have to live in the market environment for what it costs to hire and retain people that can do legal services. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have about that.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anyone except Commissioner Cruz on the board and Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah. One thing I'm sure, I'm sure you're doing what you can with the people you have, but do you have enough people? Like, in no departments am I going to keep pushing people to hire more people, but we just had that conversation relative to ordinances and whatnot and how you couldn't get back to people because you are overwhelmed. It's not for lack of ability on your staff, it's for lack of staff. And my concern is, if we start rushing things through, you had 60 something different cases. I mean, any one of these that we just rush through just to get it off the plate for something else, the additional cost we may incur by rushing something through could exceed the cost of a whole nother attorney for an entire year. I mean, and as we kind of discussed off the dais before, there's a local ordinance bill that if that gets signed, and it didn't last year, that could have a meaningful impact in terms of total, workload on your end. I just want to make sure that we're not cutting corners where we don't need to cut corners, because the money you can save us by having a full, competent staff to have adequate time to make sure we're getting the best deals from a legal standpoint far exceeds the cost of the attorneys. So are you saying you don't need anybody because you truly don't need anyone, or are you saying you don't need anyone because you're trying to keep the budget as low as possible?
I think the honest answer is the latter, Commissioner Cruz, and I think that the points that you make are legitimate points. I mean, the board's the client, so I'm going to shoot straight with you all. I am nervous about adding additional attorneys because it's hard to gauge where things are going to go. It is something that if the board is concerned about, you could add a position, and I could circle back around with you, not fill it unless and until we decide we absolutely need to do it. Right now, I don't. The honest answer is I don't know, because I don't know what the picture is going to look like next year. The difficulty is if you hire another attorney, you also have staff demands to support that attorney, and then if you've hired them and they don't have enough work to do, you are not making the most efficient use.
I get it, but
that's kind of what
I'm
wrestling
not concerned
with.
that that's going to be the case. I mean, you're seeing more and more lawsuits relative to land use. We're seeing more and more land use deals. We're seeing more and more ordinances being requested and policies being set requiring your attention. I mean, that you negotiate things sometimes they're in the millions of dollars. $1 million
considerably
difference,
more.
or considerably more.
Considerably more.
$1 million difference in a final negotiation because someone has a few extra weeks or months or a little more time on their hands to get the best possible deal. It covers them for years and years, including their support staff. I would personally rather, at least for the sake of a budget, since we've got the availability of budget and your position, your department's so important, I'd rather at least add an open FTE position to it at your discretion as things start ramping up, so we don't have to deal with this down the road, or we don't have to spend 12 months waiting for another budget season. I fully expected you to come in asking for another full-time position on from an attorney standpoint, and when I didn't see it, I was kind of surprised. I'd rather you have it than not have it, personally.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Bearden.
So I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz said. I do think that if some of these new laws passed, especially the one that we discussed yesterday, it could create some additional work for your office.
It will.
So that's something I would be open to consider. The other question that I had was, when we have a department that is proposing kind of their own budget for salary increases, Sheila, are those employees still intended to get the 5% across the board raise as well?
So in the employee policy, and I know that HR can work, we have where it depends on the time of the year. So we close the opportunity for a new employee to earn if they come after April 1st. I believe it's April 1st in the policy. So if they are hired previously, and they have to be here at least 6 months.
I think I don't know if I'm asking the question clearly. So let's say that.
Answer it.
Go ahead.
Well, because Mr. Washington asked me about this. If the board approves what's being asked for the across-the-board increases, will that address the concern you have about maintaining your position in staying on average, not trying to be above it or, pay more than everybody else, on average with the rest of the legal market. And I gave him the honest answer, which is I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because it depends. What if, I think a lot of the other local government law offices are going to be under similar pressure in this very inflationary environment, and I have to keep up with them. I'm not trying to get past them, but I'm being told right now, and I have some pretty good data that suggests I'm falling behind a little bit. Whatever it takes to close the gap is all I'm asking for. I'm not asking to spend more than that. I can promise you
Understood.
that, and you have my commitment as your attorney that that's all I will do.
That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My just question is, you stated in your statements that you've lost an attorney to go up to one of the northern counties based on salary. Is that something that's happening pretty frequently?
No.
Or how many have we lost based on that?
I've done pretty well so far retaining lawyers, and I wouldn't say that that one left entirely based on salary. There were some other issues that were in terms of where they lived and what their future career plans were. But I'm saying that those offices can hire away from my office just as easily as I can hire away from them. And when people apply for a job here, they're also looking at what they can make in those other places. I'm just trying to make the point there that we're in the same market, basically. I can't base what I pay based on just governments of similar sizes. That's not how people look for jobs. They look for the job that pays the best in the area where they want to work, because that's how the free market operates. That's the point I was trying to make, Commissioner.
Yeah, and so let's just say we lose an attorney based on salary, right? What would it cost us to train up a new attorney to come on board to work with you? I mean, what does that cost?
It
the
depends
county?
on the level of experience in which they come in. But if they come in as somebody without considerable local government experience, and that's mostly what we're able to hire right now, because the other offices are doing a pretty good job of retaining senior people, you're looking at probably a 2-year learning curve before they are going to practice at the same efficiency as those who are experienced. And I think I'm very comfortable saying that based on a lot of experience over many years. It's difficult to quantify that, but I would say that you're not going to get your full bang for your buck in terms of what you're paying them until you've made that investment of a couple of years. And what's really scary is the idea that you make that investment and then you lose them to another local government law office. I mean, that's one of the issues that you have to watch. But I'll be honest with you, it's not specifically just attorneys that are a concern right now. There's an intense demand for paralegals and other legal support staff in the legal profession right now. There just aren't enough of them to go around out there. So that's another area that we have to address.
So, I mean, you know your department better than anybody else. Correct?
I believe I do, yes,
So
sir.
if you think that you would need another attorney, you would put that on the list, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. If I felt like today I had the need for one right now with the work that's in the office, I would be asking for it. But I have to say that there is the possibility, given some of the things that we see on the horizon, that the workload will increase in the next year.
Correct.
And my options then are either to come back and ask for more money to add that position, or to rely on outside counsel to try to make up the difference. The problem, though, with outside counsel is we don't always do that well in terms of the efficiency of using the tax dollars that you give me to get legal work, because they often lack the expertise that the in-house local government lawyers have.
But your biggest concern essentially is retaining
That's my
attorneys.
biggest concern.
That's your
right now.
biggest concern.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that because of the competitive market, we may need to look at increasing, you want to possibly increase salaries to be able to ensure that we keep your employees for the longevity of.
Well, what I want to do is, and I'll be real specific about it because they're probably listening right now. What I want to do is make sure that our salary ranges and our average salaries based on years of experience remain in line with the other good local government law offices in the region with whom we compete to hire and retain people. That's what I want to do. And I think it would be irresponsible of me not to do that. I think you all, that's what you expect me to do is, as the steward of the office, is to keep it in that position.
So is it going to be more than the 3.7 that you're requesting right now?
No,
No?
no, sir.
Okay. So what you're requesting,
It's all in.
3.7
Yes, sir.
should be all in
I have that right,
everything you
Sheila.
need.
Sheila's the numbers queen, but I believe I have that.
Total approved budget is
the salary
$3.7 million for the legal side of your
Okay,
shop.
and that includes the money that we are requesting to be able to work with?
Yes,
for-
sir.
Okay, so the answer is yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Actually, he pretty much answered my question. I mean, I think the county attorney knows that if he needs, say this time next year, if he needs another position, all he has to do is ask. We'd make sure he has it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions for the county attorney's office? Okay. I need to make good on a promise. There's one person here for public comment. She wanted to speak on libraries. I told her I would let her speak after recess, and then I forgot. I got so excited about the county attorney's budget that I jumped ahead. So we're going to open this up to public comment. Ma'am, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak on an item we're covering in today's workshop.
Oh, thank you. My name is Janet Riggs. I'm a resident of the county of Manatee, obviously, and I just wanted to talk about libraries. I am the president of the Friends of the Island Library, and thank you for approval of the mural yesterday. That was great. All of the friends and the members of the 7 different libraries and the Manatee County librarians come from all different backgrounds and religions and politics. Our common thread is a love of libraries and appreciation of the benefits those libraries bring to our county, especially our children. 50% of the Title I students in this county cannot meet third grade reading requirement. Librarians are aware of that and have been designing programs to address it during after school hours and during the summer. Why not make that a priority? Get these kids reading versus worrying about somebody getting into some book. Instead of making a political stand on nebulous evidence, put our kids first. I volunteer for children's programs at the Island Library, done a couple this week. I see the dedication of the librarians to guide children to appropriate materials. They are not your enemies, and please don't make them that type of person. I just am so disappointed in you for making this a political act to support our children and helping them to grow as all of us did when we went to libraries when we were little kids. Give us all a break and support librarians and libraries. Thank you. And again, thank you for the mural.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment at this time? Okay. Seeing that there's no one, we're going to resume the regularly scheduled meeting and go to the CFO, who will probably be bringing up her own budget next.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. So following, we have financial management. We have 3 programs at a total budget of $6.3 million. We are totally funded. I mean, we are funded most on the general fund. And now that we have the new fiscal services division, we are funded all over in multitude of funding sources. On October 1st, financial management received we did a recentralization where all the fiscal staff that were designated to each one of the departments all became part of financial management. So we moved from 37 staff to 117 staff members. That has led us to one of our requests in the budget side, mostly because one of the budget analysts, which is one of my desired decision units, my assistant, Elisa Goldberg, has inherited all the HR liaison duties. and it's absorbing all her time. So I am asking for a budget analyst to be able to do that. Now, gracefully, our administrator had given me a position right now to be able to resolve this, like right now, because the problem that I have is right now. So I'm withdrawing my request from this one. So from one of my budget analysts. The second budget analyst is to help the the capital improvement plan, with all the load of the work that's been coming into this CIP. There is much more efforts to be done, and I need the staff for that, compensate that workload. On the budget side, I only have 19 staff members, inclusive of me, but we are one of the smallest financial management divisions, budget divisions that there is as you compare to other municipalities. Sarasota budget office is 40 staff members. We're only 19. So we've been able to do a lot with less, but we continue to work. I don't feel that at this point I am at a place like the county attorney to ask for more. We've been able to manage it. We've used all of our softwares, the new systems, and the technology to help us bridge that gap in that in staff, in workforce. And then, of course, we have the fiscal staff in all the departments that have helped us immensely, day in, day out, to bridge that additional help that we need to help the budget staff get through the finish line during the budget process. The other program that I have is procurement. It's the purchasing. During this year, procurement faced a little bit of a reorganization, but it was just very mild. And this one is only to be able to, instead of having a lot of managers, to have a little bit of a being able to have the procurement agents grow within their steps. So we brought them from 1, 2, and 3. So that allowed for better staffing and more competitive wages, salaries to bring in this new staff. We have lost a lot of good staff to retirement in procurement. So we've been able to go out there into the market again and find good staff. And with that, we needed to make ourselves more competitive with our compensations, and we have. So that division has been taken care of. Now, with the fiscal services division, I am asking for one fiscal specialist. This one is for the Community and Conventions Bureau on Elias shop, because we all know that he's attained a lot of initiatives, like it is the water taxi, like it is the Coquina Beach Market, and now with all the efforts of the convention center, there's going to be additional efforts required on the fiscal side of it. So he's asking for this additional fiscal person. And with that's my budget.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Is there any questions? Anybody have any questions for the CFO? Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you. And with that, we moved on to human resources. They have 2 programs for a total budget of 14.4. One of the programs that they have is the Health Insurance Fund, Employee Health Benefits. So that it's actually more handling the claims of our insurance and so forth. So with that, I leave you with our Employee Relations Manager, Zach Rabel, who will talk on behalf of HR on their budget.
Thank you, Sheila. Good afternoon, everyone. So 2 of the positions, let's see if I can raise this a little tall. So 2 of the positions we're looking at for human resources, the one under human resource services, we will actually be pulling that position in discussions with Lee. And so we're only going to be requesting an increase to the budget for EHB. There's been a lot of increases for claims. And the one thing that the EHB unit does a great job with is they represent the benefits for all of our government agencies. So we're requesting one increase to that position. And then I think, Sheila, it's been mentioned earlier that there was a 1% increase for funding for all the medical benefits. Lee or Sheila, anything you want to add or any questions?
Anybody have any questions with regards? Not seeing any.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
All right, moving along. We have natural resources with 5 programs for a total budget of $8.4 million. The natural resources department's mainly funding sources are the general fund, and now with their environmental lands millage, they've been able to increase a lot of their initiatives in this year's budget. With that, I leave you with Charlie Hunsicker, Director of Natural Resources.
I am sure to lose my papers among these. This is great. And look at this. I promise not to speak
Charlie,
for
you're part of
hours.
natural resources. You got a lot of paper up there.
That's-
How many trees?
I do. I know. I've always said that we grow trees for paper crop, and it's like saying, don't harvest the corn. We want to save the corn plants. But I've been in forestry for a long time, so I know that. Anyway, but I want to thank you. I want to open this conversation, though, by expressing that we've had a seamless transition this year in growing a new department, Sports and Leisure Services, along with our natural resources, a return to our roots, so to speak. And I want to thank the interim county administrator and the deputy administrators and our staff for their support in bringing about this transition, and to reinforce my gratitude to the board, each of you, in supporting this transition as well, for the quality of our beaches, for the quality of our natural environments, and our environmental protection. It's been my lifelong goal to be in this right here, right now, and I'm so pleased to be able to offer these. We have, I'd like to also say from a commentary standpoint that our tourism program, I think, is supported in part by the quality of our natural resources, the quality of our beaches and our beach visitation that our department affects, the quality of our environmental preserves, which we manage, the quality of our air and water for both health and safety and welfare, providing places to our residents and our visitors for activities and conservation like camping and hiking and biking and bird watching and fishing and hunting, and just the opportunity for so many of us to get out to our preserves and just take a moment and drop and shed away all the hustle and bustle of your life and be able to walk through those places. And we work very hard to keep those safe, available, and robust for every resident and our visitors that come back again and again. All of our decision units this year support and are driven by our growth needs in our county. With each and every seasonal and permanent resident that moves here, there's more that they want more of what we're already offering. And to continue that then, we need your support to be able to respond to those and be present and be available. And so I'd like to go over by program each of those decision units and carry questions you may have on them. In particular, though, just some highlights. The Natural Resources Division here behind me, carries 30,000 acres of public lands that we currently manage. And the decision units we're seeking allow us to do a better job at taking care of the invasive plants that are running us through. The item at the top is the Turtle Watch. The item at the top is desired number 3. I say at the top because our priorities in each of these exhibits go from most important to lesser importance. But our most important there is to continue our Turtle Watch and shorebird monitoring program, and with an increase of $100,000, because I can say that Susie Fox, who did this program for over 25 years, did that out of the balance of her heart. And we went out to the market upon her passing, and I was shocked. But I talked to 7 different governments who have to do these same things on a cost per mile of the beach, and we're right there in the middle. We're very competitive. We're not the most, but we're not the least. But as you know, we have a strong visitation on our beaches. These aren't private beaches like Jensen Beach where nobody goes, or maybe Longboat Key as well. But so a lot of people are there to witness to our protection of those marine turtles and shorebirds. So it's important that we continue this program, and finally, it's required by state law. You can't have a beach program without this parallel program backing you up. For the preserves, though, I'm not kidding. 500,000 visitors are coming to our preserves alone, not the beaches. You say, how can that possibly be? Well, there are a lot of return visitation. But those are based on counts and projections and extrapolations of the counts that we do make. That's a healthy number. And so what we're looking for there is, and we are challenged also, as you know, for wild hogs all over this county. We have a trapping method now that rounds up a corral system the size of this room. When we see the hogs come in on the feeders, we hit the button, the gate drops down remotely. We only have 2 of those. We could build 8 more. And we need someone to help us. You've got to be there when the trap closes to give the food and water to the hogs, keep them going until someone can pick them up, truck them away. You can't just trap them and leave them. And so we want to expand that feral hog program, not only for DeWitt, but other locations that are challenged. Bennett Park, not GT Bray, of course, but all of our preserves and parks out east are always challenged by hog damage. And we can move those traps around and service them with this position. I think it's a good move at this time. If I can go on then to, any questions on 401 columns there? No,
Do we have any questions on those?
Can we just get some of Commissioner Satcher's buddies out there and get on the hog?
Yeah, well,
Commissioner Satcher is volunteering to help with the hog situation.
And for those watching, this is not trap and kill. By that I mean it's trap and shepherding so that they can be harvested for food. Two farms.
Harvested for food? Two farms. They're certainly not alive when you do that.
Feed them for several. It's like a cow-calf operation that we have now in the cattle business. They take the hogs in and for several months feed them a straight diet of animal feed. Make sure they're brucellosis free. Test them and then roll them over to slaughter.
There you go.
And then put them back out to area restaurants.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Bearden and perhaps Ballard. I'm not sure. Commissioner Bearden.
Charlie, do we sell those hogs? Do we sell them or we just give them away?
We give them away because it's supply and demand. Now, there's so many out there that a lot of places just shoot to kill. We trap and try to move them into a food chain. The $68K there's for a position and all the benefits that go with it. And, the guy's not just going to drive around and look at hogs either. I'm going to tell you that he's also going to be placing hours on the ground and taking care of the preserves that he's in at the same time. He will be a full-time ranger.
All right, this is educational portion of the meeting. Thank you, sir. We can move on.
Sure. Perhaps we move on to 402.
I apologize. What was that?
Now this is the funding source 4002. This is your Environmental Protection Division. This is a division that regulates, that first of all measures and monitors the quality of your air and your water resources. This is the division that cooperates with our estuary programs. This is a division that takes 60 samples every month in the rivers and coastal locations to track the water quality that we must meet to meet our federal national discharge elimination permits. These are federal permits that have cost consequences if we don't manage to monitor and stay ahead of pollution that's coming with additional growth. The environmental specialist position there is necessary to respond to the ever-growing numbers of small businesses that generate a small quantity of hazardous waste, whose manifest, receiving in and shipping out, must be tracked according to state law. And with every new business, there's a potential for a new generator. We're required to look at 20% of those numbers every year across the county. There's one person doing this. We've got to the point now over the last 7 years of efficiency that we're going to miss that target next year. We reached the point of not being able to make that requirement of the state. And we need another position as this county continues to grow to make sure that we are handling our hazardous waste in the proper way. A lot of good actors out there. There just takes one bad actor to contaminate a water supply or contaminate a soil. And we have to stay on top of that. Our laboratory, as you know, is out there at the Quattlebaum home. It's a 60-year-old home. And we need a few upgrades, such as safety equipment, like the chemical showers you see in most labs. There's not one there right now. I guess we run to the bathroom and flush water into our face. That doesn't meet the criteria of a normal laboratory. And that's the kind of thing we do. So we've been hopping along. Are there any questions on 402?
Commissioner Ron has a quick question.
Hey, Charlie, in a wetland mitigation bank meeting, we talked about you needing additional staffing in that. Is that anywhere in this budget?
It is not, because we can't anticipate your approval. But upon approval in the coming months, we will be coming back with that request to carry 3 positions.
Okay, but you're not banking for it anywhere in here right now.
No, I am not. No, I'm not, because when you approve well, we hope you'll approve the program. We put it in there, but we don't want to cart before the horse.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying if you didn't, okay. I just thought you'd maybe be banking some FTEs when you're coming in for the budget in anticipation that we would be approving the wetland mitigation program.
Yeah.
And those additional staff members. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I'm offering that. We'll be able to implement that next month. We're prepared to do that. And I would rather move into it now to take advantage of the financial advantages to the county of having a bank for, go for tourists and this now, rather than wait till October, November, December. By the time we get it running, we can implement it now. And we're going to be bringing that back to you on July 28th and August 8th board meetings. We're that close.
I just want to make sure you're covered when that comes forward before the board.
Well, thank you. Because the rate of return on that is extremely large.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Stacher, you're up next, sir. And then Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Charlie, so Commissioner Ron brought up the mitigation bank, and I believe you showed me a plan that basically takes care of some of the recreation needs for District 1 in one area, and then still is going to be able to have a mitigation bank there at Hidden Harbor. Is that correct and still the plan?
Yes, that's still in the plan.
So there's no conflict. We all want to have a place, that we could do our own mitigation. We all want to have cleaner water coming down the Manatee River, and places for more species and people to enjoy, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
So I think that, there's just no conflict that I foresee moving forward on that plan. I'm excited about that. Thanks for bringing it forward.
And this is not a CIP discussion, obviously, but just, if you could, is there any kind of ballpark timeline on when we can start moving forward with that site for mitigation bank and for soccer fields, or has neither been approved by the board?
Now they've been approved by the board, but your staff is working on the concept plan for 8 soccer fields, 4 baseball diamonds, parking to support that, water, wastewater, bathroom services, a big move at Hidden Harbor.
And that includes how much, what size wetland mitigation bank would that include?
It anticipates the full mitigation bank that we had anticipated. There's no zero-sum game there going. We're good.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. No one else is on the board. No, Vanessa Baugh, Commissioner Baugh is on the board.
Just a quick question, Charlie. Looking at how much is your total budget right now, and how much do you see? What is the increased total amount of your budget?
Well, with these decision units, along with our existing budget, an increase in general funds would be approximately right down to the numbers, $329,686. An increase in the environmental lands take from the millage we're collecting would be roughly $900,000. It's right there, $903,467. So there is, and possibly a little bit more with, let's just say, about $1 million for environmental millage, and about $330,000 from general fund. That would be an increase to our budget, which at the current time is $9 million.
$8.4 million.
8.4. So we're $1 million in new revenues that are coming in an application, and $330,000 in general fund support.
Okay. All right, thanks a lot.
Next one. Okay, Mr. Chair. And I'm taking a lot of time here. 403. This is your restoration and reclamation division. This is where the rubber meets the road on rebuilding lands that we acquire. Robinson, Missouri was a farm field. Now it's this. That's the reclamation division. Emerson Point was a mess, and now it's what it is. This is the division that goes to lands that we acquire and changes them to the environmental values that we observe today. And in that circumstance, we're working off of $6 million of grants to put oysters in the Manatee River. We got to buy the oysters and the rock that goes with it, and that first item is just that stockpile. So it's a $100,000 request to back up $6 million of grants to put those in the water. That's what we're working from there. Say that again: $6 million of grants. Okay. Artificial reef program. Surprisingly, you throw a rock in the Gulf of Mexico and it brings back a $23 million return on investment. That's the economic study by University of Florida for our artificial reef program. 8 reefs, $23 million a year in marine products and sales. So we're looking to continue to work on that ROI with that program. We have a division manager right now who is taking her personal vehicle to some of these sites. Already got some suspension work. I thought, this is nuts. Can we get her a vehicle? And that's what this is. This is what this is for, to support an existing employee's needs to get out in some pretty rough locations. Nothing you want to drive in a sedan. And then again, finally, vegetation management countywide in some of our preserves, especially Robinson expansion and Preco. As you know, we work very hard to change the landscape there, and Brazilian pepper is waiting just to take it back. So we've got to stay on it, and that's what we do with that program. Questions? Emma? Okay. Then move on to 4004. This is the Environmental Lands Program. Not a lot here, but it does call for, again, a vehicle to support the travel and investigations of lands to be acquired. We got support for lands that we have, and this is support for the lands to be acquired. And once again, this is a program funded by your environmental millage, not general fund. All environmental millage. Are there any questions on that? The increase in operation budget is to allow us to do the due diligence that's requested of us, title insurance, appraisals, and all the work leading up to a recommendation for acquisition.
Commissioner Ballard has a question on that.
So can you go back a slide and then switch back to this one? So I'm looking at the vehicle. Why is the vehicle on the next slide so much more? So you've got 134,000 for. Okay, got it. I see the slash now. It's the position and the vehicle together. Okay, got it. Understood. Fancy.
Thank you. So, again, questions? No?
Any questions? Commissioner Satcher, you look like you're thinking about it. We're going to make the motion as soon, or ask a question as soon as I say no questions.
I don't know that it's not really a budgeting issue, but I'm excited about. I mean, we saw good ROI on your environmental, the people that keep track of what's going on in our waterways. During Piney Point, we were on top of those types of things, taking care of it. And so I'm glad that we're doing more to make sure our waterway and our beaches, et cetera, stay clean. So I hope to hear more about that when it happens. We should put out a press release or something. So that's all.
Right. Yeah, thank you, sir.
If we don't get back to you in 12 hours, we'll get back to you in 24 on any call in you may want to make through 311 Center. This pond looks bad. These fish are dying. I don't understand what's happening over there. We're ready to jump on it. Okay, the last one then, 4001. Excuse me, 4005. This, Aiden's back there. Our education division is our front-facing staff. There's a lot of work behind the scenes to take care of 30,000 acres. But when it comes to speaking to I'm going to get my notes here. Sorry, excuse me. When it comes to speaking to providing 500 programs a year with 5 people, working through 12,000 participants. Not exaggerated, but 12,000 participants. And working with an active list of 400 volunteers from a general inventory of 2,000 volunteers, this division does all that. And we're growing in population. As I mentioned before, it's just proportional. More people, more services, more opportunities for us to deliver those services. And that's what these are doing. OPS positions are just that. They come and go. They're a one-time deal. They're not a continuing or recurring cost. They're there for 6 months and then they leave. But they're surge supply for us to hit the surge of when people show up. Education upgrades, animal care, an exhibit and design specialist. You ever walk through a preserve? What is this sign saying? But there are opportunities that I have witnessed and we have witnessed in our national parks that are very expansive about educating to you what you see. I like to say we match that, but we could do more. And again, when you have a visitor come, what's their impression? First of all, is the bathroom clean? Second of all, is the junk along the trails? Third of all, am I learning something when I'm out here with me and my kids? And an exhibit specialist who's trained to be able to get the right words on the right sign and not give you a museum tour at the same time, that's what we need. Aiden's been doing a great job of doing that so far. He needs help. And that's where I end my presentation.
Thank you, sir. No one up for questions at the moment, it looks like. I love what you do with natural resources, Charlie, and I respect what you do at natural resources. The budget request came in higher than I anticipated. So without targeting any specific line items, I think I would just like to ask that you and the administrator sit down and see if there are any place in there that you could apply some trimming and give it a little bit of a haircut and bring it back, a little more constrained than it is now. I don't have anything specific. You're the expert. I just say that for me personally, it came back higher than I was expecting. I don't know if I have anyone on the board willing to second that request or not.
Wait, you don't need to. I will.
Okay.
I'm just saying that under general fund, we'd like to do that. We'd like to focus there first.
Sure.
Because the environmental millage is a funding source that luckily does not compete with any of the other services.
Correct. That's a very valid point, and that's where I would want you to start. So,
Okay.
Does anyone have an issue with that? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we move on to sports and leisure services. They have one program and their total budget is $6.1 million. And with that, I leave you with Molly White, from Sports and Leisure, Deputy Director.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Mr. Washington, and Mr. Attorney. Molly White, I am your Deputy Director of Sports and Leisure Services, but also your last department of the evening. So just a couple of decision units to go over with you. One is the Lakewood Ranch Park basketball court improvements. This is to address the 3 full-size basketball courts out at Lakewood Ranch Park that's open for public use. It's seeing signs of aging. It has the old gooseneck style goals. So we would upgrade the goals, address the safety concerns of the cracking courts, and kind of finish out that park in the hard surfaces. Years ago, we did the tennis courts. The pickleball courts are getting ready to be resurfaced. So this would kind of finish out that park. Another one is adding 4 golf carts to our fleet for our park attendants. Currently, the park attendants are in the athletic fields for all of our use for our programs and our tournaments. This would allow them to have easier use and safer access to get through the parks. Our 4 big ones we would start with GT Bray, Braden River, Lakewood Ranch, and Blackstone to allow them to get to all the fields during events. And the third one is to replace the selectorized machines. This would be at the GT Bray Recreation Center in the fitness center. Currently, over peak season, we have over 2,200 members. For memberships, we were budgeted $200,000 for this year, and we're already at over $300,000. So this is one that could easily pay for itself with the increase in demand at the fitness center. Those are the strength pieces of equipment that they were originally purchased in 2010. The industry standard is about 12 years of use, so we have passed that, and they are showing signs of wear and tear. So we would like to replace those pieces of exercise equipment.
Could we get this enlarged? Because I can't see that very well at all. A little more. There's a couple of senior citizens on the board here, so make sure they can see. Can you see that all right, Commissioner? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
So those are the decision units that you'd see. Did you want me to do the reserves? Okay, so then there's also 2 that you'll be seeing that would be set aside money. So we would not be spending it this year. We're asking to set aside $1 million for each of our golf courses to address the irrigation system that is over 30 years old. We know it's going to be something we need to look at. The reserves has about $3.6 million in it currently. Just asking to set aside that money now, understanding that we will need to address it. That's at the Manatee and the Buffalo Creek Golf Course. That's all.
That's pretty quick and easy. I have Cruz and then Bearden.
Yeah, this only has the increase request, but how much do we spend to maintain? How many clay tennis courts do we have? Like 6, 8?
There's 8 clay tennis courts, yeah.
How much do we spend per year maintaining those clay tennis courts?
Those take about 8 hours a day per court. We did just completely almost getting ready to sign off on the $2 million renovation that we did. We started 2 years ago. So it changed the irrigation system to be underneath. So that's why you'll see in 25 asking for some advanced maintenance staff to be added to ensure that we take care of those properly.
And this is just for 8 tennis courts.
Yes, sir.
So again, this says $60,000 request for increased cost. What is, because we discussed this at the beginning of this afternoon, we don't have the information on what constitutes continuation. What is roughly, you may not know this off the top of your head, but roughly, what's the annual maintenance cost just of those 8 tennis courts?
Yeah, I can get a more detailed report for you, but right now it's our in-house rec coordinators that take care of it.
So we don't keep a rough idea? I mean, compared to, say,
I could get that for you. It's the clay itself is a little expensive in keeping on hand, and then they roll the courts a couple days or a couple times per day. But I can get you a detailed analysis of that.
Have we run an analysis of utilization versus cost? I mean, like in Sarasota, there was like one set of clay tennis courts. And it was Bath and Racket, and that was a private club that cost a membership to be there. There's a reason why counties don't use tax dollars for over-expensive, over-maintained facilities like this.
Yes, understood. And our membership is based, if it's a clay court member, they're paying a significant higher amount than a regular use member at GT Bray, from $25 up to $90 a month. But yes, they're expensive.
Could you get me the information on how much that's costing us versus how much we're collecting on the clay court?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I can tell you the clay court members take up about 10% of our membership base, but I can get you detailed information.
How many members do you have?
During peak season, so we're monthly. You don't have to do an annual commitment. You're over 2,200. Probably right around now, we're maybe averaging around 1,800 members a month.
Okay, that's actually not. It's specific to clay tennis.
Not specific to clay. So we have multiple different membership bases, from just your regular.
So they're getting
center.
like a GTA membership, and then it's a higher tier that's inclusive of clay tennis.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Really so serious. Look at his face.
Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, so my question is that I see clay tennis courts, I see golf course improvement. One of the things that I have concerns about, and especially out east, because I've had a few from the board, baseball. What are we doing about baseball fields? Because what's going to happen is that they're going to get too many. Well, they're going to have to turn kids away from actually playing baseball because we don't have the facilities to be able to maintain that. So we have anything put in place to have baseball fields?
Yeah.
I guess I'm particularly talking about in District 5.
I think Satcher has 4 fields coming just over the Fort Hammer Bridge.
Yeah, those are
one,
mostly all in our
but-
CIP.
Yeah, but literally
projects.
just over the bridge. But
Yeah.
yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Molly?
Yes, those are mostly all going to be addressed in our CIP projects.
Okay.
Yes, we absolutely need more facilities. We're running out of space. They're here. We need to address them and be able to program for them.
Got it.
That's definitely one that's on our radar.
I just want to make sure that the kids have, valid baseball fields and they're not being turned away because we don't have the capacity.
Neither do I. Absolutely.
Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, I want to get back to the clay tennis courts. None of those are in Lakewood Ranch, correct?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard?
The tennis courts that were at John Marble, were those clay tennis courts?
No, those are hard surface.
Okay. But we're not going to there will not be tennis courts at the reformulated.
They're part of the phase 2.
They're part of the phase 2. Okay. I've had several people ask.
Yes, and that's why we were asking to get Lakewood Ranch's hard courts resurfaced this year. We know the increase is going to be coming.
All right. Any other questions for Molly? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're running out of space on the agenda, Madam CFO.
Well, actually, we are coming to the last programs. These ones are very mild programs, and it is just, for transparency, I wanted to surface what's included in these programs. Some of these programs are maintained and administrated by Community and Veteran Services, but I will go in order of them. The economic development programs at $8.4 million constitutes all those the funding for all the CRAs, but there is revenue associated with it, so it's an offset 1-and-1. Whatever we as per interlocal agreement with all the cities, we have to give them back the money that is the tax increment from their property taxes. So we have to calculate that and give it back to them for a total. If you go to the next page, please. This is the itemized, so Central Community Redevelopment Agency, 14th Street, Bradenton Beach, Bradenton Community Redevelopment Agency, and the CRA Palmetto Downtown Redevelopment Agency. The courts and judicial programs as I spoke before, all of them will be coming on Monday, so I won't be getting into much detail because they're coming on Monday and they'll be talking about their initiatives. But I also wanted to go inside the courts and the judicial system. There's also the funding that the county has for the Bar Association legal aid. It's a total of roughly $120,000. It's broken between the legal aid of Minnesota and the Gulf Coast Legal Services. The other funding that we have on the court costs for the Judicial Center is to maintain the judicial center across the street, which is our asset. So we have to make sure that we have maintained it. This is the funding for it. For the other community services,
Commissioner Cruz is confused.
Can you go back one? On the Bar Association legal aid, didn't we last year adjust that because it was going 50-50, but it really historically wasn't 50-50? Didn't we adjust that?
Actually, it was the Gulf Coast of Minnesota had blessed. They had only funding for $18,000, so it was increased to make them even.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure whatever we voted on was permanent, not a one-time thing. But
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Ron is confused as well.
Not on this page, next one. Not on this page, the next one. Medical examiner, real quick. Does the $2 million include part of our payment on the new building?
The medical examiner? Which page are? Oh. The new build, no.
The new
that's
medical
still in
examiner
the
building
city.
that's in Sarasota,
No,
Way
no,
down
no,
in
the-
Sarasota.
way down in Sarasota.
Where our funeral home folks have to drive all the way down, our residents and everybody have to drive all the way down there.
So what makes up the $2 million in cost for the medical examiner? The $2,029,738 and whatever cents. On 6,200. It's in 6,200, you.
It's the next one under other community services. You have the transport at 195, and then you have the 2 point, the.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I was wondering what makes up the $2 million bucks?
What makes up?
Right.
That is a program that Community Services manages. I can give you the detail more in depth of what that all entails.
Okay.
I don't have it on top of my head.
Okay. Well, my question is that our percentage of share into that building with Sarasota and DeSoto, is that built into that 2 million or is it outside of that?
No,
Outside of it? All right,
it's
thank you.
outside of.
I'm glad he asked because the board has not voted to approve any monies going to that building. So,
That's why I'm asking.
okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
A lot more than you think I did.
The initiatives that you have on the other community services are those agencies that you have pledged funding for them in the past. Nothing has changed. Any questions on these ones?
So you can back it up. Yeah, right there. This is a small thing. I know it's a small thing, but I'm going to have the mayor call each of you about the very last one because he told me that he's getting like $200 per burial that he does for essentially indigent, and it costs him about $800, and it hasn't been raised since he's been running the funeral home. I'm going to leave it at that and ask him to reach out to you all individually because I remember like a year ago when this passed, I said, oh, remind me when it comes budget season and I'll bring it up to the board. And of course, like everything else, it gets completely forgotten. But funeral homes are losing money on every one of those. And I feel like we should at least pay our way, rather than ask them to eat it. So he is a friend in full disclosure. He's a friend. That's the only reason that I know that. So. The indigent burial ground is next to the animal services in Palmetto, and sometimes it's cremation, sometimes it's burial, but there are procedures that have to be followed, obviously, and it costs money. So I'll ask the mayor to reach out to you all individually. Okay, sorry, thank you. I just
That's also
if I didn't say it right
administrated
then,
by
I would forget.
CB.
So.
Okay, moving on to general government programs. These are more like county-wide expenses that we incur that are not itemized at the department because really do not belong in a department as a whole. They're just county-wide expenses. That's why they are placed in here. Initiatives such as the funding for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning, the Value Adjustment Board, legal services, our external auditors, our lobbying consultants, the tuition.
What are the lobbying consultants? Is that because we're paying our federal lobbyists more than that alone, right? And so is that certainly not federal and state combined, is it?
No, this is only one.
Sorry?
This is only one.
Is that federal and state combined?
No, this is only one.
Which one is that?
Only one of them. Whatever Ballard and.
It's Ballard?
Associates.
Okay. I think we do. I actually thought we paid a little more. I think it was $12.5 a month, but anyway, okay. Okay, thank you, Sheila. Sorry, this is sort of rapid fire stuff, so we'll just keep rolling with the punches.
You're welcome. And other initiatives such as, items that include our Pirate City contributions, the fair sponsorships, and so forth. So, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ballard.
What is legal services? Like, what does that encompass? It's outside of.
So what has happened is these are more litigations countywide that result in the county settlements. So they are budgeted in here.
Okay.
And then we have other countywide costs such as our tuition reimbursement, some rents and leases for like when we have events and we have to rent other just insignificant items to make the event work and things like that and so forth. So these, so moving on into the healthcare public safety. Public Safety now administrates since last year the healthcare program. It's inclusive of the primary and preventive care services, mental health care, specialty care and prescription, and the hospital care and physician payments inclusive of the LIP funding.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm pretty familiar with the mental health services world in the county. I'm not familiar with the Academy of Glengarry. What is that?
I asked myself the same question, so I Googled. So the Academy of Glengarry, it's a full-time rehabilitation place for those that when they go to Centerstone and they need to be sent to something more long-term for better rehabilitation for adult and children. This is a private institution. Well, semi-private. It's a nonprofit as well.
Sheila, is this
Commissioner
the
Ball's
first
confused.
time that we've used this academy? I don't recall hearing
No,
of
for
that.
the last 3 years, we have
3 years?
funding on this one.
Okay, thank you.
And they're finishing their building here in Manatee County, 2 streets over. So we've had funding. They're actually funded through public safety on the medical side.
Then we move into the nonprofit agencies with the children's program. This one is administered by Community and Veteran Services. The total amount of contract requested was 13.5. We don't have it itemized because do you want to speak into it? Okay. How the funding is provided to these nonprofit agencies is based on meeting criterias and the deliverables in order to receive the funding. So, and also because the Children's Services Advisory Board doesn't meet until end of June and sometimes in August. They don't have the full recommendation of all the contracts there and all the agencies that they are funding for. Moving on to the miscellaneous programs, these ones are funding for the MPO. So the county offers a contribution. It's a small minimum amount. In the past, it used to be that they were funded in a different way. This year, we actually, because they are funded by grants, so we had them placed in grant funding, and in the adoption, we don't fund grants accounts because those are brought when grants are awarded, and that is all throughout the year. So the other one is the Palmer MSTU landscaping at $80,000. They have their own millage, so there's an offset revenue to this funding. And then finally, we have the street lighting districts. There's 18 of them. $98,000 is the cost, but also there's assessed amounts, monies that come into the revenue to pay for these. And then finally, and I'm done with all of my programs and departments for today, I wanted to kind of like surface out. These are the publications that as of today we have published. The Decision Unit book, which is what we've been going through. On Monday, we'll be going through the constitutional officers and judicial programs. That publications, they're all in the mymanatee.org. And then finally, the fund summary. This one is all the funding priorities and funds itemized so that you can see where is the money coming from and their individual reserves. Moving forward, we would be disclosing proposed budget book once we get into the budget reconciliation, and then finally the budget book. Thank you so much for today. This finishes my presentation. Do you have any other questions?
Are there any further questions or any new business? Okay, I hear none. Wait, what? Citizens. We'll open it up one more time. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward for public comment at this time? Looks like a pretty tame crowd. Okay. None. Seeing none, if there's no further business, we'll adjourn. We're adjourned.
Well, that was fast.